eyes, see for yourself. Open your eyes, know for yourself.
Blessings, 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 blessings. Good afternoon, my people. How are things? How are things? How are things? Kind of chilly in the Northeast. Well, it's that time of the year. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. And I'm your host. You know me, yours truly, Will the Rebel Rattigan. And just want to say thanks for joining me. You could be, Kesu said, Cole. You know the vibe, Kesu. Thanks for joining me. You know, you could be anywhere doing something else, but you've chosen to be here. Please note that next Come Reason with Rattigan will be on a break for the next 2 Wednesdays because of the holidays. So please tell your friends, tell your family members, tell your neighbors that Come Reason with Rattigan, that is normally broadcasted on a Wednesday, will not be broadcasted this coming Wednesday and the following Wednesday. And they'll understand Christmas Day, New Year's Day. All right. But again, please, because you know it go, some people come late, and you know, once I get into the program, I tend not to go back, and sometimes I forget, actually, frankly speaking, and people get upset because then they start coming and say, hey, how come you on? How come you on? So, all right, now talk up the things, stir it up. Hey, big up everybody in the chat. I want to big up personally, but what happened is that a big show. We have so many things to talk about and so many things to show you that I can't go in there and big up all 196 of you right now. Well, actually, it's not 196, but whatever the number is. But trust me, my heart goes out to all of you. Sincere thanks and appreciation. What's next? Oh, we will continue the mission of educating our people. See, the closest we come to entertaining people around here Saturdays, edutainment. You know, we have some laughs, but most of the time it's serious business. When we want to laugh, we do it on a Sunday and we play some music and we have a good time. But Saturdays is strictly for educating our people because, as Malcolm X said, education is a passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Let me see if my thing that function. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Talk to me, my people. Talk to me. Can you hear me?
Yep.
And can you hear me? And can you hear me? Keep those eyes open. All right, I'll try Andrew. mega. Wanna talk to me, the man, and I can't hear me. Oh, Sharon Clark for Kesu, first one. Okay, all right. Yes, hearing me. All right, good. Yeah. So again, Malcolm X. We have to big up Malcolm X around here. As he said, education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Now, please check out our website, ojldf.net, and drop us a line regarding your impressions. You're going to find a lot of things. We're starting to put up things over there. So a lot of the things that you see we put up here in terms of documents, you can actually go to the website. We're going to force it to go to the website. You can actually go to the website and look at the documents. You can download the documents. You can do whatever you want to do with the documents. And in fact, we're going to suggest that you go because you see, you know, what happened, was it yesterday with former DPP, soon to be the current DPP. We filed a complaint against her already with the GLC, and we need only 2 people file. 2 people, the rebel and the valiant one, and that's Roland. Roland, big up yourself, or over in the UK. And we need a lot of you. So we're going to put it up. We promise, but we're going to put it up this week. Next week, it will be up next week, and then you can actually go, and all you have to do is just change the signature page. But the rest of the document, please feel free to use it. You can change up the language if you want, but essentially, those are the facts. But we're going to talk more about that. So, today's topics. Let me jump on and see what the producer have for me, you know. Big up yourself, Joan. But Joan have for me, I know. Joan said, no seat there. Okay. The agenda today, the PAULA LLEWELLYN matter. It is not over until it's over. We're going to talk a little bit about it. Just keep in mind that the court issued like a summary, and it's 9 pages, and they were saying that you really shouldn't use the summary for any serious discussion, which don't make any sense to me because it is a summary of what they've decided already. But nonetheless, they put that disclaimer on it. So that's number 1. Number 2, you know, a case study of the missing, unaccounted for, stolen, or misappropriated, and we have misappropriated, fraudulent. We have some other terms we're going to use for that 124 million Jamaican dollars, and we're going to show you in the document compiled by JAMP. Miss Janet Calder, big up yourself, one of my heroines. We're going to show you. We're going to ask the government to account for that, because since them say the money no missing, fine, we'll account for it, because this is more than just paper. This is more than an agency submitting a document, and we're going to show you that. Number 3, the wicked impact of the Rio COBRE agreement. We started last week. We're going to touch on it again, so you can actually see what's going on with that. An international perspective. Will the Integrity Commission survive the Prime Minister's assaults? We're having someone from South Africa, because they're setting up an Integrity Commission, and they're looking at Jamaica. And believe it or not, they're looking at Jamaica's worst practice, you know, things that you shouldn't do. So that gentleman is going to be here, a dear friend of ours, Andy Mashail, and he'll explain to you what's going on in South Africa. Next thing on the agenda will be the case for or the case against former MP Campbell's. Oh, the case for former MP Campbell's incarceration. Yes, we're going to show you in the Integrity Commission why we believe that this man should go prison, because this man is a criminal, and we can't say that without fear of anything negative coming to us, because guess what? He was found guilty. So once you're found guilty, you're a criminal. We can't say that. Otherwise, like the Miss Marissa Dalrymple Filbert, we can say she's suspected. I mean, she's been arrested, she's before the court, but we can't call her a criminal. But this man, we can't call him a criminal. We'll also look at Jamaica's economic and employment status. We'll look at stats we look at what the government of Jamaica said. We look at STATIN and their statistics, and we look at PIOJ report. Then we have young Jamaicans and the future of Jamaica. And I see one of them, they are ready. Yes. Big up yourself, JAMAICA'S. He's here, people. First time on our reason with Rattigan. And believe me, we're not going to fall in love with this man. All right. And finally, well, I shouldn't say finally, because we have some more topics in there, but we'll just put up them topics. Dr. Kadamawe, Knife. He will come here and, as the saying go, reason with Rattigan. He will reason with all of us regarding entrepreneurship, the economy, etc. All right. We'll move on now. Yeah, the panelists. There you go. It's yours truly, Isaac Buchanan. Not sure if he'll make it. Kevin, where you there? Stuart Kevin is here. And of course, Lincoln, President Lewis. We don't know where. See Kevin there already. Yeah, we don't know where President. But President is supposed to join us. So, and the guests, we'll have Fabian, which from Jamaica Walk by Fame. We have JAMAICA'S, social political commentator. That's the title we give him because we believe them deserve that. We just so and say JAMAICA'S and just put him up there and say young Jamaican. No, sir. Then we have Dervin Cochran. I don't know Dervin. He's a doctoral candidate in the School of Education at UA. A straight shooter, a man who just say what upon in mind. Then we have Dr. Kadamawe, Knife. And we have, as mentioned, Andy Mashail, consulting strategist and social political commentator. Let me see what else. You don't know the engagement norms already. Be an active listener. Use time effectively. Be present. Some of this is not really apply because some of this is when we used to take phone calls, and we used to try and curb people's behavior. But nonetheless, we are going to say it. This is good for the guests as well. Speak to contribute from a constructive standpoint. Celebrate others' contributions, and most of all, enjoy the experience. And if you enjoy the experience, you don't have to run up your mouth and carry on and cuss and blah 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 blah. We don't have to do none of that. What else is here? Hold on, let me see. All right. Big up the producer. So the producer put there. The producer said, if the truth shall kill them, let them die. Yeah, that's why I got to deal with them around here. Oh, by the way, Consul General Alcian Roach, me keep forgetting her last name. It's like more I forget this lady. We have a video for sure with her. How she has spent up or use up Jamaica taxpayers' money in New York. We're going to show no. We said shot them about party the other day and all kinds of foolishness going on there. But we'll talk to them about that. And Ambassador Marks, we're hearing that she's supposed to be leaving and we can't wait for her to go. Nevertheless, we wish her well, wish her Godspeed. But for the CG in New York, we heard that she was planning to leaving. But as we said before, and we'll say it again, we don't want her things that she's going to disappear and just vanish. We want her to stick around so when the investigators come, she can talk to them about any possible links or information she might have regarding the Prime Minister's financial situation overseas, because we know that she's a highly qualified financial expert. She used to be on Wall Street and so on and so forth. So if the Prime Minister looked for park some money overseas, she would be a logical person. We're not saying the Prime Minister park anything overseas. We're just saying we're looking. That's what we're doing. Nothing wrong with looking. And so they need to talk to this lady because you never know what she might say. Relax with the rebel. Last week, the Rocksteady selections were well received. Kevin, may I tell you, the people them dance off them booty, It was quite a moment to go back and celebrate our musical heritage. Second time in 2 weeks, because the first time when I did 2 hours and I said, no man, you have to come with part 2. Last week we did 3 hours. And I was pleasantly surprised at the level of enjoyment. And so request part 3, of course, your request is my command. Now, again, first time we played 2 hours. Last week we played 3. This week we're going to play 4 because we have some links at Reggae Global Radio. And we have a call upon Kevin and pull upon him t-shirt and say, Kevin, you have to help me out. So Kevin makes some call and management say, okay. So the gentleman who's supposed to come on from 8 to 10, them say, all right, here we go. The gentleman, I think him have another engagement or whatever. So them say everything works, everything just work out fine. So them say, you can take that 2 hours. So tonight, we'll go from 10 to 2. Straight rock steady, and we're going to sprinkle it with a little bit of, reggae, but early reggae. And some little bit of ska towards the end. But we're going to start out slow, and we're going to build the momentum, and then we're going to slow it down again. We'll build the momentum. We're not going to love it. Trust me, people. So get ready for a rock steady and reggae extravaganza like you've never heard before. Come and join the thousands of listeners. And me don't want to name out the people, Kevin. But you know what? No. When we start right down the list, see thing, the names them gone off of the page. So I say, you know what? Me know me I go forget somebody, and somebody I go say, oh, come you remember 50 people, but you don't remember me. So here me I go to people to save my skin. Me not go call on name. When I come on the program tonight, me I go big up all I own, but me don't want to call on him right now. Because me know me I go leave out somebody. And no, we don't want to do that. Tonight, we're going to listen to artists like Bob Marley, Alton Ellis, some early Dennis Brown, Phyllis Dillon, who I regard as the queen of rocksteady, the Heptones, the Paragons, the Melodians. Bunny Jump, big up yourself, my brother, because Bunny Jump called me and say, yo, you know, pay enough Melodians. You know me, I say, Kevin, I mean, Melodians still, Melodians box. So I say, all right, give me marks, so I'm going to give him some Melodians tonight, only for Melodians. And then we are going to hear from Ken Booth, Don Penn. And we're going to play a song from Don Penn that I think most of you have never heard. Or if you heard it, you never know, say she. Marcia Griffiths and many, many more. We will also feature a segment on the songs that I used to hear when I used to go dance. A Waterhouse and Towel and the environs. Used to hear them. Some songs where hear play on radio, but whenever you go to dance hall, them songs you have to play for the dance get nice. But unfortunately, at the time in Jamaica, the radio station, they had a programming list, and these songs were not, for whatever reason, not supposed to be played on the radio. So, and I don't know, X-rated thing, but them just never play them thing there. The Vince will be asked Millie Small, my boy lollipop. You make my heart go giddy up. Anyway, folks, tune in tonight to Reggae Global Radio at 10 p.m. sharp. And just come relax with the Rebel Man. Believe me, niceness guaranteed. No, easy like Sunday, another program we are talking about. No, this program, Relax with the Rebel, as most of you know, it's usually from midnight to 2, right? To 2 a.m. Sunday. But we're going from 10 p.m. tonight to 2 a.m., 4 hours. And then we have a program most of you know about called Easy Like Sunday with the Rebel. And that is from 2 to 4. Well, so far we've had legendary and iconic producers like King Jammys and Gussie Clark. And last week we had the DJ known as the musical messiah, King Glamour Wayne. And it was just pure niceness as DJ Kevin Stew and I reminisce with him about his childhood and career. And by the way, I got the numbers from the radio station. More than 33,000 of you joined us on Reggae Global Radio for the event last week, Sunday. Big turnout. Much appreciated. Blessings. No, like King Jammys and Gussie, King Glamour Wayne will return to the program to spend some more time with us. So all three of the guests we've had on the program, they're going to return early next year. And then we'll just continue with it. But we have a whole heap of artists and a whole heap of DJs and all kinds of people, singers lined up. Now, people keep this in mind. We're doing 4 hours tomorrow. We're going from 12 noon to 4 p.m. because it's a holiday. And we figure, all right, we could just give the people what they want, give them some nice music, some nice conversation. And a lot of you said 2 hours too short, right? So we say, all right, so tomorrow, see there, who we not gonna have now? We're gonna have the headmaster, Ed Robinson himself. And of course, DJ Kevin Stew and the Rebel. So tomorrow's program will be the last for a few weeks, because Kevin and I will have to sit down and figure out how we are gonna do this, because both of us were kind of busy on a Sunday, but we make the time for now. But at the same time, we have to make the time for ourselves. All right. So tomorrow it will feature the dub plate king. Up here, King come on the program, you know. King Gussie, King Jammies, King Glamour. And now we have King Headmaster, right? The man with the smooth voice. RGR's, Reggae Global Radio's own Ed Robinson. It's going to be a fabulous show, people. And we're going to entertain
knocking
you.
on heaven's door himself.
So you are going to be part of the entertainment, because we are going to play the music, we're going to chat, and we're going to ask you to participate. Pretty much like what Kevin and I did when the first program. We're going to ask you for coming, sending your requests. And so we are going to play some of our songs, play some of your songs. And we asked Kevin over for play. Because we said to him, say, boy, the reggae, Christmas reggae kind of sparse. It's not a whole lot of selection. So Kevin said, nah, man, just mix it up, man. You know, the people are going to love the mix up and blend things up. Because them, when we say them, mean, our family member, right? Una go join me, and una go say, we want to hear that song, yeah. And we just going to play things. But remember now, it's not 2 hours, 4 hours. Pure niceness, guaranteed. Now, let me just give a quick shout out, and then we just turn it over to Kevin. We have to continue to pray for some of our people, them, right? People who are going through some difficulty. Papa Trevor, Marpy, big up yourself. Now come check you soon. And just tell Michelle for us, hold tight. Margene, yes, Desmond, Paul, Bunny Jump, brethren, Fit is the hardest, Dread, Raleigh, yes, Raleigh people, Raleigh. I don't know if you might want me to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Raleigh was knocking on death's door, and Raleigh revived, and him there with still. And we were bringing him on one of the program on my Sunday and give him segment, give him flowers, give him accolades, because the man deserve it. Mrs. Nelson, of course, we have to send out prayers for her. Bobby D'Souza, Barry, hope your arm feel better, brethren. Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Roland, stay so. You know, my prayers, brethren. Now, the whole of our prayers. And we have a brethren from Massachusetts who scheduled to have shoulder surgery. I think he might have had it already. Brethren, just wish you a speedy recovery. All right. Big shout out to every single one of them. Every single one of them. And of course, big shout out to the ambassadors, the Monday night crew, love and one and only. She don't want to show herself, you know, but one of them days she will show. I try to get her enough people for come on, you know, so they can see this lovely lady, you know, but she said, the time is not right. She said, when the time is right, I will come on. You just settle yourself. So that's what I'm going to do until she decides. I'm just going to settle myself. But while settling myself, I got bigger up. Producer Joan, big up yourself. Kevin.
Greetings and salutations, one and all. I really don't know how the Rebel going to do it. And I don't know why he keeps dragging me into these things, but here we are. But it's all right. It's all right. What about Brad? We can't take it on. It's Christmas is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, and we get to celebrate and enjoy the time together. Remember, love up somebody, and your relative is not necessarily your family. But your family is not necessarily a relative. So, whereas you keep your relatives close, you make sure you keep your family closer. And hug a stranger. Well, yeah, let's not do that. Be nice to a stranger. Let's do that. And 8 o'clock tonight, Saturday still. We're bubbling. We're mixing up things. I have in mind to play some the Christmas music that I like to listen to, and it's not the traditional ones that y'all get. I mixed in some of that last week, and a couple of people said, "Well, hey, you know, I get tired of the traditional Christmas music, but if Christmas music they play like this, but it's not even some of those, some different ones. And I don't know if I should play some of them tonight or just play them tomorrow when we are all having some fun. Of course, I'll be joining the group around about 2 o'clock because of prayer commitments, but you'll have some real good fun with Ed and Will. Boy, I pray for no. But big things in for today. Big things. And those of you who caught last Monday when I talked about changes in the immigration on the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew, it was requested that I do a part 2 to it. And my guest for the evening wasn't feeling well and he couldn't make it, and he agreed to come on this coming Monday. So attorney Marlon Hill out of South Florida will be joining us. He has been legal counsel to the tourist board in this region, the southern Florida, the Caribbean and Southern America region. And so he'll be joining us to talk about some of the changes in immigration in the United States coming or proposed for the new tenure of the new president. So that's what's up. Rebel.
Yes, sir. Let me go back to Virgin Bunny Jump. So fling this up back on the stage, I know. If the truth shall kill them, let them die. Die. You know that song with King Stitch. And him said something like big gun down. And him said, die. Well, I well, here what now. The reason I would throw this up, you have people out there who say, I'm just make a quick mention of it and move on. Some folks out there, them have all kinds of things to say about us, but it don't really matter to me. The latest one is that somebody said me idiot, right? And we just remember what Gamma Wayne said last week, Gamma Wayne said, don't be an idiot and don't follow idiot and turn fool.
Turn fool.
I said, me a fool, something like that. And he said, don't follow fool and turn idiot. So you me have to tell them, if you think me a fool, well, don't have to watch me. Why not watch a fool? Just make the fool go a little bit further, like how the court has sent the prime minister down there, down that street when street have no return. So I don't have to steer on there and cuss, man. If me a fool, I don't have sense. So just kindly move on. And as Gamma Wayne mother would have said to me all the time, I mean, you should tell people, S the spot. Just S the spot. Don't have to worry with me. So see that, but a truth we are talking about, and see, when me would have like somebody come around here and say, listen, your truth is not the complete truth, or it's not the truth. Here is the complete truth. And we can have a discussion, we can have a discussion. But when you come around here, and I've learned, believe me, that, and particularly in the courtroom, that when you don't have the law on your side and you don't have the facts on your side, what you make it personal. You start cuss out the witness, you start cuss out the lie. We do it sometimes. So
how effective has that really been, though? Really?
Not very effective, because the judges, they can't see right through it. Not effective at all. So the judges, them can't see right through it, and them just say, okay, all right, fine, yeah. Let me bring on Jamaica. Go ahead.
If the judges is one thing, but when you have a jury, that's another.
Oh yeah. The jury there, them can see right through that, right through it. Them not give you no blind, because them see it, And if you're a skilled practitioner in the courtroom, you know how to segue to the point where the jury, without you telling them you steer them in another direction where them can see, say, oh, you know what? Him don't have the law on him side, him don't have the facts on him side, and now it get personal now. And guess what? That can't win the case. Attacking somebody's person can't win the case. But anyway, I say, Andy is here with us, people. No, we are going to bring on Jamaica's, because I'm going to tell Jamaica's tune in, I'm going to tell Dervin tune, because one of the young people and hear from this man, and this man is a reservoir of wisdom. And him don't have much time, but him decide to come and spend some time with us today, because the South African government is getting ready to launch an integrity commission. They have integrity commissions. It's the provinces have their own. It would be similar to like you have an integrity commission in each parish or in each state. But the central government is saying we want one for the whole country. And Andy is central to that process. And I know he's been reading what's going on in Jamaica, and he and I had a laugh because it's, you know, it's one of those things where Jamaica is no worst case scenario, or they call it not worst case scenario, like when you go to worst practice. Jamaica is like worst practice now because they're looking at Jamaica and they're going, oh, we don't want that. You know what I mean? But anyway, without further ado, we're going to bring on Jamaics, Dervin, and Andy. All right, here's Jamaics. If you don't know Jamaics, he'll shortly introduce himself. Here's Dervin, and of course, here's the man on center stage, Andy Mashail. Let me move this. All right, there we go. Andy, big up yourself, sir. Big up yourself, Andy. Can you hear me?
Good evening to you guys. Can you hear me? Good evening, back home.
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Back with you again.
Yes, sir. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Now, for those of you who don't know, Andy and I will go a ways back. Andy introduced me to everybody that I needed to know in South Africa. That's why I was such a success there, because I could do things that nobody else in the embassy could do, because Andy created those opportunities for me. And I've said it many times, and I'll continue to say it. Andy, I thank you immensely for doing what you did for me, because you didn't have to, but we just hit it off. The vibes were right, and it's one of those things where it just worked out. And we're not only friends. We've gone past the friend stage. We're brothers. And Andy and I, and whenever I go back to South Africa, I must see Andy. If it's even for an hour, wherever Andy is, Andy's gonna find me, or I'm gonna find him. Right? But it's a very important
friends forever, brothers forever, family forever.
Exactly. And Andy created a chat, and I won't mention the third person in the chat, but there are only 3 people in that chat, and we exchange a whole bunch of things, and we can talk freely to each other. And it's that group of 3, and you're looking at 2 of them right now, and there's a third person. We won't mention the name, but everything is going well. Well, Andy, please talk to us about what's going on in South Africa regarding the Integrity Commission that you guys are trying to set up.
You remember the last time I came onto the show, I indicated that I was appointed a member of the Gauteng, which is a province, Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council that deals with corruption and maladministration in the state departments. And out of the 9 provinces, state for those of you who are in America, out of the 9 states, the council that I'm a member thereof is the only one out of the 9 states, meaning 8 states don't have this integrity/ethics commission council that has been established in Gauteng by one of the friends of Will, the premier, or what you would call a governor, Premier Panyaza Lesufi. 2 weeks back, we set for a national dialogue on anti-corruption and ethics. There is a national advisory council against corruption, NACAC. NACAC would be what you and I would see as the mother body that establishes the various councils in the 9 provinces, one of which I sit on. They proposed that government through parliament, through the constitution, the chapter 9 of the Constitution of South Africa prescribes that there should be commissions, there should be organizations that account to parliament, specifically with regard to a number of things. Like, you remember the Zondo Commission. The Zondo Commission was responsible for state capture, where people who knew other people who sat in positions of influence were bought to create opportunities for those individuals who were making money available. Simply put, the bribers had to have someone who was making things easy for them. So out of that experience, NACAC, this National Advisory Council Against Corruption, proposed that there should be an office of public integrity established. When you do your research, you find something of that nature in Australia, an Office of Public Integrity. They also handle corruption and maladministration. So we are at the stage whereby you don't have the national institution that speaks to corruption and maladministration. Collapsing time and space and finding myself in Jamaica, I know that you have an integrity commission that is befuddled with a number of challenges because of the output, because of the expectations of some individuals to, should I say, subvert the mandate of the integrity commission, also influenced by the time factor. And by the way, some members of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council, let's call it the GEAC, where I sit as an executive committee member, some of them, their time on the council expired and they were asked to leave, obviously as a result of the built-in mechanisms that regulate the process. Myself and a gentleman called Advocate Zola Majavu and some professor from VET, Professor Pat Nzobi, you know VET University. So the three of us were co-opted or appointed or headhunted. I received a call from the governor to say, because of your experience and many other things internationally and in the space of security, safety and security and mobilization and oversight expertise, I want you to come and help me in the space that deals with corruption and maladministration.
Okay. So tell us, where exactly are you? When I say are you, I'm talking about the government now. Or can you tell us where exactly is the government in terms of setting up this national organization? And I know that you guys are looking at Jamaica, but it's sad to say you're looking at Jamaica as a worst case scenario. But is there anything?
There are lessons that you don't want to learn from Jamaica.
I know. And folks, I'm saying this because Andy and I, we've had conversations, and Andy's the one who's briefing me about what's going on sometimes in Jamaica, because he's up to speed with what's going on. So he'll say to me, hey, I see what's going on with your prime minister. I see what's going on with this one. I see what's going on with that one. Why is the Integrity Commission not functioning the way it should? And there are lots of reasons for that. But so where is the government? Because I know you had a meeting the other day, because there's a person who's central to the establishment of this national organization, and you and I spoke to him. You gave him the phone and I spoke to him. We won't call any names, but where are you guys in terms of time setting this thing up, and in terms of what are you looking for, or where are you looking to? You mentioned Australia, but are you looking elsewhere as best practices?
Yeah, I am sure those who are responsible, the NACAC, the National Advisory Council Against Corruption, have been focusing in on best practices worldwide. They even made some very interesting proposals, and depending on where one sits, some of us obviously will, from a law enforcement point of view, my involvement in law enforcement, as you know, as I also said on the commission that was talking about enhancing, empowering, and reaching law enforcement or strengthening law enforcement agencies. I sat there with General, our brother, yes, I sat there with a national commissioner and quite a number of other institutions like your special investigations unit, the public protector's office, the auditor general's office. There was quite an interest in on that commission where I sat, because there are people who must be prosecuted as a result of the forensic investigation that was conducted by SIU, the Special Investigations Unit, the Auditor General's Office, your Asset Forfeiture Unit, your Public Service Commission that focuses in on employee corruption, maladministration, and many of those things that are not kosher to can be doing. Those, for an example, those employees of government who are doing business with government themselves, those who are during the day they have a clean and straight face. In the evening at home when they do accounting, they put a balaclava in when they do a business with government. So they were found out by the forensic investigations that were conducted. And I am sitting here uh, hoping to double my protectors. I'm getting Zulu again to protect me, because I am going to be in, I think, first 2 weeks of January, we are going to be delivering that report that fingers politicians, that fingers employees that are committing corruption and maladministration and leading to quite a number of other serious crimes like money laundering and many of the messy crimes that financial crimes that are being committed left, right, and center in the world, and some of them now finding home in South Africa. So there currently was a proposal that was put forward by NACEC 2 weeks back at that national dialogue, assuming from the findings and recommendations. I think there were over 30 recommendations that were made by NACEC to say Parliament must apply its mind so that the Office of Public Integrity can be established.
Okay. Let me open it up to the panelists here. We have Kevin, Stu, Jamaics, Dervin. Kevin.
Yeah.
Anything for Andy?
Yeah, Andy, welcome again. So South Africa has been without such a commission all this time. Why now? And what do you expect to happen when it comes into place?
The findings of Judge Zondo, who said as the chairperson of the Zondo Commission, the former president was accused of facilitating state capture. State capture would be, I want to simplify it, would be where the Gupta family, should I say the Indian family, and name the Guptas, were alleged to have been given powers to can influence the appointment of ministers and public officials like your director generals, like those responsible for sitting on Chapter 9 institutions. Chapter 9 institutions, as I indicated, would be the public protector. When you establish in South Africa that office of public integrity, it would be a Chapter 9 institution, which is why they are crafting now those recommendations after research, study best practices and worst practices, missions with a specific aim of ensuring that OPI, Office of Public Integrity, find ground that is not contaminated. So it was as these proposals for the establishment of the OPI have been set up as a result of the findings of Judge Zondo, who was the chairperson of the commission, that found out that the former president, and his administration had facilitated weaknesses in the governance systems that led to tenders that were issued out allegedly, underhandedly, amongst other things. So that's why you have that integrity commission. Fast forward to time, you had a scandal of the current sitting president, who was found at his farm with 4 million, is it 4 million US dollars or something to that effect? And it was found in the couches, in the cabinets, and yeah, money was just all over the show. Money had taken over the house and the couches. So these are some of the things that led to the establishment, that is leading to the establishment of the National Office of Public Integrity.
Before I bring in Jamaica and Durban, let me put you on the hot seat a little bit, Andy. The government of South Africa a while back, they established an investigative body called not the Hawks, Scorpions. The Scorpions.
Yeah, the Directorate of Special Operations, the DSO, yes.
Right.
The Scorpions.
And the Scorpions were so good at their job, and I've met some of them. In fact, I have some stories I can tell you about one person in particular who they didn't want to kill him, but so what they did was they exiled him. And this guy used to sneak back into South Africa, and every now and again he'd stop by my house, and I'd say, "Man, aren't you afraid?" And he said, "I come by to see my wife and whatnot, and I'm crossing the border, I'm going back." But that unit was so effective that they started looking at the president and some high-ranking officials to the point where the government disbanded them, and then they formed the Hawks now, which is part of the police, but it's not part of the police because they don't report to the police commission. At least not when I was there. They report directly to the minister. So, given that history, how do you think that they are? What would be your suggestion, considering that history, to the parliamentarians, to the people responsible for setting up this new organization?
That organization, when it is established, in line with what you spoke about, the DSO, Directorate of Special Operations, the Scorpions, you must have a prosecution-led institution running. You must have a prosecution-led integrity commission in Jamaica. If I were to share a little bit of the strategic advice that I share with the world and the people of the world and many governments and many organizations, you remember the Scorpions were so good because they had dedicated prosecutors, they had dedicated courts, they had magistrates who focused in on the operations. Now, you then dismantled them, and for the want of a nice and interesting term, you castrated them by removing that effective process where it was prosecution-led and it had dedicated courts. Remember, Will, when you were still here, when the people were arrested by the DSO, the Directorate of Special Operations, the Scorpions, quick, people would find themselves behind bars and would be in court within a short space of time. Now, with your Hawks, you still have to follow the process. You still have to spend time waiting for courts, waiting for those court processes, as if you are operating as if you are a normal detective, even though you are a directorate for priority crimes. operating from 5 million upwards, crimes, investigating those serious crimes from 5 million upwards. So your Office of Public Integrity, as well as the Integrity Commission in Jamaica, they should operate along the lines of the successes of one of these organizations in South Africa that was dismantled, the DSO, the Scorpions, have prosecutors that lead the investigations. When you have your FBI, I don't know the special unit in Jamaica, what they call them. When you have the guys who are special investigations operators in Jamaica, they should be led by prosecution. The prosecutorial body or the Directorate of Public Prosecution should be leading investigations with police members being led by prosecutors. It makes things easy, even in a court of law. And also ensure that you have dedicated courts that deals with corruption, that deals with money laundering, or should I say financial crimes and maladministration committed by those in government. Whether you are the president or you are my friend or you are my mom's friend, we should all be subjected to a fair rule of the law. And for that to happen, you need to have prosecutors who are doing what is expected to be done.
All right. JAMAICA'S, welcome. Give a quick introduction of yourself, and then you can proceed to ask Andy any question or make any comments you'd like.
Thank you. Are you hearing me properly?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you.
Loud and clear.
I must say first blessings to you, Mr. Wilfred Rattigan, from always watching the program to now being a part of it, able to come and share my views about the current state of Jamaica, and most importantly, just to share a bit of advice how we think that we can shape our country. Kevin, blessings to you, just to say, man. Where you there? You're right here, eh? I heard you made a comment earlier saying that we should hug strangers, and then you quickly correct it. And I say, thank God you correct that. Everybody in Mr. Dervin, blessings, my brother. Mr. Andy, it's a blessing to get a little bit of diversity so that we can compare. The people in the comment section who have been learning just like I am from this great man and the great people who he brings on, welcome and blessings to you all. We are Jamaicans, and this is a free business, so it's good that we can talk about it. So I am one of your grandsons, your nephew, your cousin, however you want to put it. And I just want to tell you a big thanks for you all, and thank you for welcoming me. And them saying, if you're there around 6 smart people, you might become the 7th one. So I yield the floor right now until it's time again to speak, all right? But it's a great pleasure to be here.
All right. Dervin, man who doesn't need an introduction. In fact, Isaac was saying that he has to watch Dervin because Dervin is setting up to take his spot on Mr. Rattigan.
Just put it out there again. I am in my own lane. Isaac is in his own lane. No competitions around here. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Mashile. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name properly.
Spot on, Mashile. Hey.
Sir Rattigan and Sir Kevin Stew and all the lovely audience. It's nice to be here again, so I could share what is on my mind with you all. God bless you all.
All right. So Andy, you're back there. Now, how is it going to work? Because you have a provincial integrity commission. You are the first. Well, you're the first in everything, because people, Andy's a very modest person. He won't tell you the successes he had in Gauteng with reducing crimes. And when you're talking about crimes, I'm talking about some serious crimes, some ATM bombings and cash in transit heist. I mean, I can show you videos that will just send shivers up your spine when you see how these criminals in South Africa, how they operate. Not that, and you know what, Andy? I was going to play those videos and somebody said to me, please don't play them and let the Jamaicans see how they do things in South Africa because they don't give them any ideas. And for that, I didn't. But you're going to have, you already have established in Gauteng an integrity commission. And now you're looking to create that umbrella where the national government will have it overarching all the various integrity commissions established by the national government or by the provinces. How do you see that working? Do you see any conflict in there, or is there collaboration, or what's your take on it?
Well, besides sitting on the advisory council at Gauteng level, you know, I'm a strategist. I'm a consulting strategist. As long as your system, your value chain is has what you call risk and vulnerabilities matrix superimposed in on the process and yielding nuggets of wisdom that would say, one, for it to be effective, it must be able to not create a situation where there would be trust deficit in the process. And by that I mean, when you allow people to have trust in on the process, it means your system or your proposals must speak mechanisms that will yield results, that will address corruption in and maladministration in the government and in its department. For an example, out of an X number of people who are doing business with government and being employees of government, meaning they give themselves contracts, they are responsible for knowing that there will be this tender, there will be this contract. And these individuals, instead of inviting Kevin and Devon and Jamaica's, they would invite their own cousin or their own friend who would be a proxy for them. At the end of the day, when investigations are done, you realize that Andy actually is the contractor here, and he had prior knowledge of how much money was going to be spent. So this gentleman would be a criminal, would be possessing criminal intent, and that is of committing corruption and influencing other people and processes wrongly with the gift of money in the pocket to make sure that you sway decisions. So as long as you identify those things and you put mechanisms in place, it must work and it will work. When you don't do what I've just spoke about in the last 2-3 minutes, we know that your intent has crime in it.
Oh, well, excuse me, Mr. Oh.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead there.
Okay, so Masikili, I have 4 questions I have to ask concerning all of this. What is the current constitutional framework to accommodate an integrity commission like body in the South African context?
Let me deal with it quickly. You have, the Constitution has a number of chapters. Chapter 9 of the Constitution of South Africa speaks to organs of state that must deal with crime and corruption and maladministration. One of them would be the Office of the Public Protector. One of them would be your Special Investigations Unit, which does special investigations. And should they fall short because of the law, they would write to the president and say, issue a proclamation so that there can be an order that freezes the assets belonging to Devon Yeah, long story short, you have a chapter in the Constitution called Chapter 9. All of the institutions that I spoke about would be Chapter 9 protected and established.
Okay, another question. From your view of the current political crisis, I mean the political experience in South Africa, is the current climate warming up or is conducive for this forming of this body? And if so, what are the aspects that you're going to use to set up this body? When you answer this question, I'm going to ask you two more questions. I don't want to think that I'm taking over the show, but those questions that have been ruminating in my mind, and I just have to ask them. So for that one, yes, is the political climate conducive for this setting up of this body in the South African experience at this time?
What I've learned worldwide, leaders would not want to have an institution like the Integrity Commission, because politically, for you to be able to hold office, you would need people who would sponsor your campaigns. And we all know in America and all over the world, including here at home in South Africa, you saw a situation where the president ran to court to stop an organization that wanted to disclose the names of those who sponsored his campaign to become the president. So when you have a body like the Integrity Commission, it would go into those affairs to say, let's find out how much did Andy contribute in the campaign. If it's $1 billion, what did you do with $1 billion? And what did you promise Andy? So politically, an institution of that nature is never okay for any leader in the world, particularly those who would want to hold on to power for a very long time.
All right. So another question, and I'm glad that you said, because it segues into my other question now. How will you and others who will be advocating for this body will see to it that it is enshrined in the South African Constitution, so that the provisions that outlines its independence and it's having its own prosecutorial powers, which would be independent, they could carry out their own prosecutions independently of your chief prosecutor in the South Africa? How will you go about going through that step in order to set up this body? Also, what would be the funding model for establishing this body so as to prevent political interference, in the sense that, you know, that every government entity relies on, whether it be the parliament or legislative council, whatever you call it in South Africa, and you have people who have agendas, and those agendas can be nefarious, so as to whittle down the effect of that body. I don't know if I'm asking too many questions, but I can.
No. I'm comfortable with the questions. One of the challenges that this OPI is facing has to do with prosecutorial powers. Many schools of thought in the recommendations and in the proposals were saying, no, there's no need to duplicate. You have what you call the National Prosecuting Authority, the NPA. And inside the NPA, you have IDEC. It used to be ID, Independent Directorate. It was doing investigations that are prosecution led. Now, when you have the OPI doing what the IDEC is doing what the Special Investigations Unit is doing, there's going to be conflict at law those institutions are going to be operating at loggerhead. So one of the proposals when we set in that commission that was talking about strengthening of law enforcement, one of the discussion points and recommendations of that commission was that the Special Investigations Commission should merge with OPI, or rather OPI should merge with Special Investigations Unit. Maybe from a prosecutorial point of view, there, as well as investigations, there will be ease in the process. You are not going to find my investigators from OPI fighting with the investigators from the SIU, the Special Investigations Unit, and coming up with different charges amongst the two institutions. That would be your OPI and your SIU, and leading to conflict once again when a prosecution is supposed to be coming in. Remember, prosecution, the NPA has its own investigative directorate. It's now called IDEC, and it's now also a semi-Chapter 9 institution. So you have to, in that process, you have to try and find balance. You obviously will do your experiments in a way and manner that those institutions that have existed before, like your Hawks, your Directorate of Priority Crimes, is not inconvenienced by this new body that comes into existence.
So so what about the funding model? How the funding model you will propose to
the
set
funding
up
model of a Chapter 9 institution is informed by what all of them go through. I'm going to talk about the DPCI, the Hawks. They get money from Treasury. And we were also looking in the dialogue that we held. We're also looking at the assets that have been frozen by the court orders. 25% of the monies that have been stolen or embezzled should go into the I'm trying to remember the name, it skips me, but it's an account, crime what account, that the monies that goes into that account to fund it's Kara, it's the name of that account is Kara. I'm sure it's this. I'll remember as we go on what it stands for. It's an account where monies that have been recovered, part of it goes in there, part of it goes back to Treasury. So your funding model must be informed by government, because it would be based in on the constitution of the country, particularly Chapter 9 of the Constitution. The funding model cannot be from outside. It cannot be funded by by private organizations out there.
Okay.
Kevin, you have something fun there?
No, just wondering what kind of support or resistance have you been meeting leading up to this point?
Up to this far, there's no resistance, because the structure does not exist. Two, all who are involved in law enforcement have a responsibility to make sure that an institution of this nature becomes successful. And where there are bottlenecks, those bottlenecks should not lead to competition. That competition would now bring what you and I know as silos. Silo A, Silo B, and us being better than organization, institution A or institution B. So for now, the Office of the Public of Public Integrity as a structure that does not exist yet. In the proposals that we saw that were presented, we saw all of these questions that you are asking found expression in the various recommendations after I am sure the research, we were told that the research stretched for the last 2 years or so.
The Jamaics.
Thank you, Mr. Mashael. First thing I want to say, tell Mr. Julius Malema, if you ever get to speak to him, that he has a huge fan of me. That's the first thing. I would like to ask our Integrity Commission here in Jamaica, what are the discrepancies that you have identified and what steps that you will be taking to not do the same thing as we are doing?
I said earlier on, if an institution like the Integrity Commission is not prosecution-led, we have a problem. We have a problem. If it does not have dedicated courts that will attend to the matters that they address, we have a problem. In that your ordinary courts and your ordinary prosecutors will not do justice, and there might be some loopholes in the event that some people would not want to go through to the Integrity Commission, and Parliament has first to pass resolutions that particular person A must go and appear before the Integrity Commission, and that particular person has also supporters in Committee A or Committee B that has to do with the Justice Department. You are going to find a situation where you have the challenges that I've seen in my research, where the Prime Minister would go to court and say, I want a review of the findings of the Integrity Commission. Obviously, you have a serious challenge in that the Integrity Commission, from an investigations and findings and presentation before investigations committee and investigations bodies that would then pursue the things that you have been reading about, the many accounts of the individual or individuals in Jamaica, as alleged that the president has a certain number of various bank accounts in and outside of Jamaica and many other things. So when you don't have a properly established from an investigations point of view and prosecutorial strength point of view, you are going to have a serious challenge where all of your findings are going to be taken on review.
You know, Andy, I completely agree with you, because in Jamaica, the way the Integrity Commission is structured, they have a prosecutorial division, but it doesn't work in harmony with the investigators. As you said, they're working in silos. So what happens is that they do their investigation, and when they're done, they present it to the commission. The commission presents it to the it goes through the commission to the they make a referral. So the person who's in charge of investigations will say, I think Andy should be charged for whatever. He gives that to the commission, the commissioners. They pass it on to the prosecutor, and now she looks at it and she's going, well, I see all kinds of problems here. Like, you work for the same organization. What? Go ahead.
The prosecutorial division must lead investigators. If we say there is defeating the end of justice, the investigator will bring the charge. The prosecutor will then say, let us make sure that what you think is defeating the end of justice is really defeating the end of justice. In a court of law, we ask questions A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That establishes that there is defeating the ends of justice or there's money laundering. You don't investigate and give to the prosecutor. The prosecutor must lead you, the investigator. You work in the same office. That same office takes advice from the prosecutor so that you can then beef your docket and make your charges stick.
You know, you're absolutely correct, because, you know, I know for a fact that the FBI, once you open up a case and your supervisor signs off and it says, okay, fine, you run across the street to the prosecutor and you say, look, I've got a case here. Tell me if this is worth prosecuting. And then the prosecutor will say to you, okay, I'm going to need, here are the elements that I need to prove the crime.
The elements of crime.
Yeah, I'm going to need this, and that. And so you start working with that prosecutor from the time you open up that case, so that you don't have problems later on down the road, as we do in Jamaica, where they go, oh, you know, you didn't do this and I can't prove you didn't. It's nonsense. Here's another thing I want you to consider, Andy. In Jamaica, parliamentarians are allowed to have businesses while employed by the people of Jamaica to provide services. There is obviously a conflict there. Now, one of the ways they get around it, they say, well, you know, if you have outside business, then you have to reveal it. But I haven't heard of a case where they've revealed it and they said, no, you can't conduct your business. In most instances, I think they don't even say anything. The other thing is this.
It doesn't work like that. Let me make a clear example. When the president of the country, the current president, became the president, he had to give away his participation in his own businesses. Remember, Will, that he owned the McDonald's chain in South Africa. He was also president or chairman of that group. That was
There's a mining group. There's a mining group I think he was part of.
Yes. Yeah, it's much more. It had in that portfolio, they had mining and many other businesses. I forgot the name of that grouping. It's now led by a female CEO who I am friends with, the elder sister. The elder sister is an advocate, so we normally engage. So long story short, you can't be the president of a super maize meal bank and then become the president of the country, and then a super maize meal bank sells maize meal to the people of Jamaica. It doesn't work like that. There's conflicts of interest there.
Well, I tell you what, that's exactly what's going on in Jamaica, because our prime minister, he has a company that's involved in construction, and the person who is his business partner works for the prime minister in a portfolio where they're responsible for development of land in Jamaica. And so you see that mixing and meshing of business, private business, along with their public portfolios, and it's just very, very convoluted. And here's the last point I want to make with you regarding this. The Prime Minister of Jamaica, he shepherded the legislation to establish the Integrity Commission in 2017. And then they were investigating all kinds of people, and it wasn't a problem. But as soon as they started focusing on him, he said, big problem. I got to go to court. I got to get you guys off my back. How do you, apart from just changing the laws, just tell us from a South African perspective. Because, you know, people have a tendency to say Africa is corrupt. They have all kinds of corruption going on there. Well, corruption is worldwide. But tell us, how would you deal with something like that in South Africa?
Whatever it takes. If the Prime Minister has established the Integrity Commission or the Office of Public Integrity, and they find against him, he must be man enough to go to court and answer and have his day in court. Challenge the commission, so that at the end of the day, we are all equal before the law. I am hearing what I don't want to hear in this discussion. If it was okay for others to be investigated, what is good for the geese should also be good for the gander. We are all equal before the law, unless if others are more equal than others. I'm sure we don't want to have the George Orwell's animal farm when it comes to justice. It doesn't work like that. So,
question. Oh, sorry. Question, sir. Yeah. All right. If you are prime minister or president of a nation, the legal, from your view, could it be that it is legal and ethical for you to transfer your shares to a trust until you are kicked out of power sometime in the future? If so, because I just saw breaking news with President-elect Donald Trump has transferred his $4 billion worth of shares in Truth Social into a trust. Hence, my question in the African context.
These individuals who, let me start off with a statistic that makes things easy for me. 85% of the people of the world are shepherded or led to the slaughterhouse. 10% of the people of the world are the billionaires, the controllers, the popes of the world, the presidents, the prime ministers of the world. 5% of the people of the world are watchers, people like yourselves, people who watch, people who analyze, people who do what we are doing now. And that group of watchers identifies weaknesses so that they can eliminate risks and vulnerabilities for the economy, so that there can be employment, so that there can be betterment and improvement of the people of the world, be it in Jamaica and in South Africa. Now, those in the 10% groups, the Rothschilds, the rest of the world that you and I know that they've been doing things since the days of slavery, they will make sure that they don't lose the loot that they have organized and ordered. And they will use the instruments of the law to ensure that they benefit, they double dip. The shares are transferred into some kind of a ring fence of a nature of an organization, and they also collect money left, right, and center. So directly answering your question, there's always satanic intent when you see people handing over their organizations, because they know that they are going to be kicked out of office, and they would want to have better money at the end of the 5 years, unless if that individual has concluded that and has taken a spiritual decision that he is going to be the president for the rest of his life. So long story short, it is immoral and unethical. As for the legal part of it, they will make it legal even if it's illegal. They will make a law, they will craft a law. So that is the 10% group of the world. That would tell you about the new epidemic that is coming in 2025. And this gentleman has no medical background. This gentleman operates a company that that deals with computers and software programs. But that individual will tell us that there's an epidemic that's coming in 2025. That's part of the controlling group, part of the 10%. Very dangerous, very filthy and satanic.
All right. Well, we're going to have to leave it there, Andy, because I know it's, what time is it now? It's what? It's 10:25 or 11:25 where you are?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Let me check for all of us. Yeah, somewhere around there. Somewhere around there.
And I know I know you have a very, as you say quite often, you have a very young wife, and so you have to attend to this.
I'm home alone. I am the Lone Ranger. I'm home alone. She's gone back to other province. So I'm the Lone Ranger in the house. I have a visa to sleep either on the couches or in my bedroom or in my car wheel. And you know my BMW with dark windows.
I know. Well, look, Andy, it's been a pleasure having you on, and I'm sure we're going to be talking again as you progress, you collectively, South Africa, with the establishment of this National Integrity Commission. And you can look to Jamaica in terms of what not to do, because believe me, there are plenty of examples. You know, it grieves me to say this, but it's the truth. Jamaica is not a shining example in this sphere as far as setting up an integrity commission and operating within the confines of the law. It is not.
Yeah, I would be failing myself if I don't do the SWOT analysis in my advice from a strategy point of view. Not knowing your enemy and knowing yourself guarantees defeat at all times. Not knowing yourself but knowing the enemy guarantees defeat all the time. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy guarantees victory all the time. That is Sun Tzu from the Art of War. Wisdom from 2,500 years ago.
All right. And we're going to leave it there. And the next time you come back, you promise me you're going to bring the prince, the Zulu prince. You're going to bring.
Yes.
I have to bring him because we're waiting to embrace him. You know what I mean? We're one family. So, but I'll be in touch with him.
No, I will make sure that he comes through. We will just make our proper arrangements and make sure that wherever he is, he's in another province, as you know, down in KZN. I mean,
yeah, I know.
So we just have to make sure that on that particular day, he is in the urban areas, he's not in the rural areas where you struggle with network here.
Right. And please give my regards to your family as well as to our brother in KZN. He was the former acting police commissioner. His name escapes me now.
And Makwanazi.
Makwanazi. Yes. Please give him my regards.
I will.
Right,
it has been a pleasure. It has been a pleasure, gentlemen, engaging with yourselves, and we will talk from time to time, and we will share what needs to be shared with you. We must have international awards where we honor legends like yourselves, the 5% group internationally. You know, one challenge that we are exposed to that we don't want to address. We don't want to honor legends who make things happen. We don't want to honor those who bend reality like yourselves, those who generate and who transmute. Those of you who are into quantum physics, you know, energetics, the flow of energy and the things that it impacts. We don't regard ourselves as transmuters of energy. We get told that you are good. We hardly look at ourselves in the mirror and say, I'm a big dog. And as a big dog, this is the target that I'm setting per month. I want to do one thing extraordinary every month. In 12 months, we bring our heads together and we honor ourselves. We enjoy ourselves. We come to Jamaica, we come to South Africa, and we make things happen. And we even invite the Prime Minister to come for an award in Sentin, and we do things the right way.
All right, Andy. Look, thank you so much. Take care of yourself and be well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Devin. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Jamaica.
All right, take care now. All right. That was Andy Mashael, people. He was formerly the UN ambassador for one of the UN ambassadors for the Turn Back Crime program in South Africa, and he was also at one point in charge of can't remember the name of the organization, but it's like a police oversight body, and they were responsible for making sure that the police act within the confines of the law. Great guy, ton of experience. All right, we're gonna move on now, and here's what we're going to do now. We're going to do a little interlude. I have a video here, and this video I played it last week, but I have to play it again because this is my father's parish. This is a place where I used to go and visit my grandfather and my cousins and all that stuff. And I haven't been there in a long time, but still, it's near and dear to me. It's a parish of St. Anne. Here we go.
Pull up.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Wicked piece of tune. Wicked piece of tune, people. All right. Now we're going to move from a really heart-filled video, you know, loving video to talking about now some criminals. And when we say criminals, we really mean criminals. People who have been convicted. Like this man, former State Minister Leslie Campbell, found guilty of breaching the Integrity Commission Act. We can say without fear of any legal action against us that this man is a criminal. Convicted.
Amen. Amen.
All right. Now, what was he convicted of? This man was
breaching the provisions under the Integrity Commission Act.
okay. This man, I'll show you what happened. They asked this man on several occasions. Them give him brata. Now, if I were running the Integrity Commission, no brata. None. If you don't submit your statutory declarations by a certain time, consequences will flow therefrom. Right? It's that simple. You have to be tough with these things, people. And look, I'll show you where it happened. He failed to provide information. Look at this. Look at this section right here. It says, in an investigation report released in June 2023, Director of Investigation Kevin Stevenson said the Anti-Corruption Agency made 39 written requests for Campbell to provide information between 2016 and 2020. 39. Tell me, say this man doesn't deserve to go to prison. 39. Right? By the way, big up yourself, Anne-Marie. He has resigned from the Senate, but he didn't comply. Now, here is what should happen to him. Here we go. And you see it not green to you know. So hey, by the way, Kevin. Anybody? Hey, I wanted to put it in yellow and about Kevin. Kevin said, no, give them in that green.
Subliminal.
Kevin said the criminal is not green, right? It says a person who fails without reasonable cause to submit a statutory declaration, which is required to submit in accordance with the provisions of this part. Or look at B, fails without reasonable cause 39 times. Come on. 39 times we ask for information. Fails without reasonable cause to provide any information as a Director of Information and Complaints may require in accordance with this provision, with the provisions of this act, and it go on to another provision that doesn't apply. Here's what you face. You commit an offense and is liable on summary conviction in a parish court to a fine not exceeding $500,000. Now, people, think about it. I am committing corruption to the tune of 20 million Jamaican dollars. And they said to me, if you don't give us the information, we're going to fine you 500,000. I would be committing this crime every day of the week. The punishment must fit the crime. This doesn't fit the crime. Look at the second part of that. It says, or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months. Now listen. 6 months, I think, if you're trying to make an example, if you're trying to, set an object lesson out of these incidents, you need to send people to prison. I don't like 6 months. I like 6 years. Send him go prison. That sounds good. Send him go prison. $500,000. How about $5 million? $5 million and 6 years are 6 years in prison. But here's the thing, Judge, this man has been convicted. This man has been convicted. So we're not talking about whether he violated the law or not. A jury of his peers or as a bench trial, somebody determined this man is guilty. No, the law has to be changed. But we're not going to argue that point today. What we're saying is that, Judge, you're looking at up to 6 months and up to $500,000. Don't fine this gentleman because he's an attorney. He's an attorney. He was also the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And by the way, he was lazy at that job. He was lazy. He didn't even know that the Jamaican High Commission in Trinidad covers the Dutch Caribbean. He didn't know this. St. Martin, he didn't know this. But that's not your job. He was the second person. He was the second ranking. He was the junior to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. One of my favorite ministers, as you all know, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. He was the number 2 guy. When she was sick, he was in charge. Right? And him never know. And how do I know this? Because him tell me this himself. Him tell me this himself. Him never know. Never know. So in addition to not doing his job, he wasn't complying with the law. So what I'm saying is this. Give him the 6 months, Judge. Give him the 6 months. You have to give him, Judge. Judge Dredd, Judge whatever you name, give him the 6 months. Please, give him the 6 months. If we are truly serious about fighting corruption, not eliminating corruption. You will not eliminate it, especially since it has taken root in Jamaica. But if you're serious about addressing the issue, you need to send him to prison. GP is waiting on him.
Mm-hmm.
Please send him down to GP.
But it's not GP. I'm going to end up. What's that one in St. Mary?
Well, I'm not Tamarind Farm. No. I don't remember which one Tamarind Farm there.
No,
what?
Tamarind Farm in a prison. Tamarind Farm in a prison?
Yeah, man.
But yeah, that one up there. So that is a luxury prison. White collar prison.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Mr. Vumvavi in the chat says that he will not go to prison. He's going to pay a fine. I am not saying that's not going to happen. I'm saying it shouldn't happen. That's my argument. I'm saying it. Somebody's reggae girl say a rich man in a St. Mary.
Richmond Park. Richmond Farm.
Yeah. Yes. We need to send this man to prison. He's been convicted. Please, Judge. I think his sentencing come up in March or something like that. Let me see it again.
But as you look for that, Rebel, also we take into consideration the fact that this was written a long time ago and revised when.
What you mean, the law?
Yeah.
Yeah, this it's a disgrace. You cannot have this punishment here is pure nonsense.
By no stretch of the imagination is anything as it relates to punishment outlined in this. It's meeting any of the crimes today.
Yeah, it's complete nonsense.
But if you are being written to 39 times and you have not answered, it means you have flouted the law. You say, "I'm not in this," and just walk off. That is how he looks. So he even though he's a lawmaker or former lawmaker, he is showing disregard for the law. So he's providing a poor example, not only to the little one, but to us, the populace, who have place these persons into positions of power. And Jamaicans need to realize that the type of people we are dealing with, and we've seen it repeated over and over, and this is not political, but we have seen a concerted pattern in this administration that the continuous flouting of laws and they're getting away with it. And if a little man out of the road, and I will never forget, the little man who thieved some ackee from the Governor General's property, and he has to go to prison. And they didn't find out to realize it. All right, are you starving? Maybe he stole the ackees to feed his children.
Feed him family.
Right. And yet he's getting how many months in prison? This man, who is a lawyer, who has considerable amount of money, and gotten some more considerable amount of money, allegedly, because what we are seeing, it's now stated now in the courts that he's guilty of breaching provisions of the Integrity Act. Obviously, this man is not starving. This man is okay. So he has just he just flouted the law because he has no respect for the law, and it's ironic, and he's a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
So that says a lot about him. It says a lot.
Let me ask this. Can each of those 39 times, can this punishment be applied to each of those 39 times?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
That's a very good one.
That's a good question because the statute is silent as to how many counts and how the sentencing structure is. So I don't know what they're looking to for guidance, but you're right. It's not, you will not find that answer in the statute. You will not find it. Let me just bring on another person. Now, this person is suspected. This one that I will just talk about is convicted. Here is the suspected person. All right. Mr. Dalrymple Philibert, former Speaker of the House, person who resigned from the Speaker's position as well as from Parliament, brought back based on popular demand of the people, right? Still facing charges. And she moved to have her case dismissed. And a judge, one of the judges with a lot of sense in Jamaica said, hell no. Trial is going to be March 31st, 2025. So she's an MP and she's sitting with this over her head. No, I won't go into details regarding this, except to say that the evidence looked very, very strong, you know. The evidence strong. No, it's not strong. It's strong. The evidence strong. And if she's found guilty, when I wish nobody no evil, you know, but you have to, whatever you do, you have to pay a fee. If she's found guilty, then this I didn't put her in green. I have to fight Kevin, you know, because Kevin want to put her in a green. So I said, Kevin, no man, leave it in a yellow. Here is a charge that she's facing. She's facing knowingly making a false statement in a statutory declaration regarding that pretty, shiny, brand new Mercedes-Benz. But she gets 20% off and she gets the monthly thing. And this case, believe it or not, I would be surprised if the prosecution, if them lose a case here. Because this is a documentary case. They don't need nobody to come really and testify, except to come and testify for bring the documents into evidence, because documents can't come in as evidence on their own. Somebody has to introduce them, right? So,
but I'm sure you've seen sports teams snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Yes. Well, look, I'm hoping for justice in this case. It's not a matter of victory or defeat. Just justice. Just justice, more. Equal justice under the law. The true administration justice. Because here's what she did. And here's where the Integrity Commission, I think they made a boo-boo. There was an inquiry. And they interviewed her in writing first, and then they had an in-person interview. And in the in-person interview, she did not tell them the complete truth. That would fall under B, knowingly giving false information. It didn't charge her with that. I don't know why. I've written to them, and the answer they've given me does not make any sense whatsoever. They didn't answer the question, but that's for another day. We're going to deal with that another day. But here is what she's facing. If found guilty, $2 million, our term of imprisonment not exceeding 2 years. So while Mr. Campbell is, oh, by the way, let me say something to Mr. Campbell. I have to full disclosure. Mr. Campbell, you know, you and I, we crossed paths. And it's not because of that why I'm saying this. It's because you're guilty. That's why I'm saying this, sir. And we have to do something about corruption. And it just so happens that it's you. But I don't care if it's you or not, because, you know, me know you don't really dig me. You don't really care about me. And that's okay, right? I care about you. And I think that you would be an excellent candidate for redemption after you do your prison term. So you need to go and do your prison term and come out and tell the world that you're redeemed and that we should accept you because you've paid your dues to society. And I'm sure there are many like-minded people like me. We will fully accept you back into the fold of society, sir. So go do your time, please. No, so he's looking at up to $500,000 and up to 6 months. No, this is that Rimple is looking at something steeper. She's looking at up to $2 million or up to 2 years. Judge, if she's found, and I'm going to be on you, Judge, I'm going to be on you on this one. If she's found guilty, 2 years, Judge, maximum, Judge. Because look at the evidence is showing that she knowingly, willfully, intentionally submitted vouchers, collected money for a vehicle that she said she don't know nothing about the vehicle, she never drive the vehicle. Yet still, she registered the vehicle. It's her vehicle. And the vehicle was supposed to be driven by her and her only as a parliamentarian. So if they find her, if she's found guilty, Judge, 2 years. And if she shows up and she says, with this gentleman here in the green, this gentleman here, him can't do no plea bargain because he's found guilty. Straight prison. If this lady says, you know what, I'm going to fall on the sword, 1 year, Judge. 1 year in prison. You cannot make them get to a judge. The Jamaican people deserve this. This is justice, because guess what? A little small man, and we mentioned it, like a small man who cannot pay the fine, guess what happened? Prison. Prison.
But 1 year, Rebel?
If she said, listen, I'm not going to waste the taxpayers' money by going to trial, so I'll save the money and I'll save the embarrassment, I'll save all this stuff, so let's work out a deal. I sense that you want a year and a half,
on,
right?
Man. 18 months, man. 18
yeah, year and a half. All right, let me gavel there. Hold on there. That's it. Request is granted. Year and a half in prison, sir. Hard labor. She have to go.
Yes.
She have to go to prison. So let me just get rid of those two.
But no, this is a serious matter. We have a governance crisis, because we have an MP who is going to trial, and that would kind of solid up. Well, it would have solid up you being a member of parliament.
Yes.
So, and that is untenable. So,
yes, and
it's not only a governance crisis, we have a constitutional crisis, because she's an MP who is also, kind of like a creature of the Constitution.
Right.
So, I have never seen this in all my life, and we are really in a serious crisis of governance. Oh God, I've never seen this. I've never seen this.
For me, it's very simple. I'm dating myself now, but they used to people remind me that Sammy Davis him do the team. So a Barretta, don't do the crime if you can't do the time, right? And them do it. And this is not the first time these acts have taken place, but people are coming now to pay the consequences for this. So, and what's your name? Some have a alien. No, not alien. Somebody some have a DB gavel, but you don't know what. No, and the gavel, at the sentence.
Yeah, don't watch that.
It's sentence. I want the man them grab on the big neck man them grab on and take the girl back and say, "GP, here we come."
But when we look at it, sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
When we look at it, it is just gross negligence. And I just ask, what are the example are we setting for the future? If we're going to see Mr. Campbell here 39 times being requested to provide information, and you don't have no interest in that, what are you telling the young people to look at? How to move forward in governance? What about accountability and transparency? And about integrity, and integrity is doing the right thing when nobody is looking. Exactly. So we want them to do the right thing. I don't know if anybody eat cow, but not me, especially when they roast and they look so. it don't look good. It don't look good.
But you see,
we have to move forward from this. This type of governance is something that will always hold us back. It's like we're trying to swim to the shore, and it's like an anchor on our legs. So we have to, as you say, Mr. Rattigan, we need full penalty of this. We need an example out of these two people, and moving forward, it must be this way so that we know that we can't ramp with Jamaican people anymore. I feel with business and we have to discuss it and we have to make sure that things happen the right way. And a jail time we are look for real.
We can hope for the jail time. I don't know because, as I said before, the kind of governance crisis that we are under, I've never seen this in all my life. And respect to my Caribbean brothers and sisters, and I know they're looking at us, even at our government, led by our Prime Minister, with great disdain. And they may not say it out loud, because I remember I saw the picture with so I think it was a G7 summit where 3 Caribbean countries were invited. Mia Motley of Barbados, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and our Prime Minister. And the picture, if anybody knows geopolitics, when they were taking pictures with the G7 heads, both Prime Minister Motley and Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, were at the front, while our Prime Minister was at the back. Anyone knows diplomacy and geopolitics will know that what they are saying subtly, we not rate you. We not rate you.
I tell the man
because you disrespect because
come on, Dervin.
No, I am telling you.
Anybody
and I challenge you. I would challenge you by calling Ambassador Award Mr. Rattigan or any of our former ambassadors, and they will tell you in your face that it was a slight level of dissing the Prime Minister to tell him, say, we not rate you, we know say you're corrupt, and these are the things. These are the things that are going through their minds, and that is what they have been showing you subtly to the whole world.
Well, Dervin, don't forget, right, that there was a meeting held in the Bahamas attended by the VP, Kamala Harris, right? And my information I'm getting is that he was told, you're not taking no picture with her, sir. Just go sit on one side. Make everybody say, but you not taking up, you're not having no meeting with her. Just go sit on one side. So, I mean, everything you need to know is right there. But you know what? While we're talking about the Prime Minister, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? You know, before I put it up, let me just tell the people. Sometimes when you say things to people, it go in one ear and it come out the other. Sometimes when you say things to people, it swirl and it come out. Sometimes you say things to people, it swirl and it stay. What I found out is that we have limited attention span, all of us. And so when you come and you sit down with a program for 5 hours, it's very likely, very possible that I'll say something of importance to you, but it go in and out, right? It won't register. It's not your fault. It's just the way we're wired, right? What I've also noticed is that when you put up a chart and you start explaining to people now, it makes more sense. Them can see it because people, some people are verbally inclined that them respond to somebody can tell them something, and even though it might sound can't remember the word I'm looking for, but even though it might be difficult to grasp, them can't grasp it. Others, you have to put up a chart. They're visual. They have to see it, right? And that's the reason why I'm putting up this chart, because I explained this already, but a lot of you didn't quite understand where I was going with it. And then when I put up the chart, when I started making the chart with producer Joan, it made more sense to me, even though I'm very familiar with the material. And when I put up the chart, I started saying, oh, Ratted, it's more serious than I thought. Enough talking. Here we go. We're talking about the Prime Minister a while ago. And remember, the Prime Minister come out and said that so that the Integrity Commission is targeting him. He didn't use the word unfairly, because that's the word I was hoping he would use. Because you can't target anybody for any reason, for legitimate reasons. He didn't say, when you say I'm being targeted, that no register with me. If you say I'm unfairly targeted, then that registers with me. It means that they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing. If you say people are targeting you, it means nothing, because they could be targeting you for legitimate reasons. And in this case, legitimate reasons. Let me set this up for you. Remember now that the last Integrity Commission report regarding the Prime Minister's our Wycliffe, the Wycliffe Close place up in Beverly Hills, right? The one of them supposed to build 2 bedrooms and build 4 bedrooms. What was the complaint? No, nobody's talking about that. You know what the complaint was? The complaint was, and somebody reached out to the Integrity Commission and said, listen, the Prime Minister owns a place up in Beverly Hills, and he's building a place, and he's violating the building permit agreement. Whoever is building it, they're violating it. And they said the Prime Minister is aware that the blueprint that went to KSAMC is not the same blueprint that they're using to build the place. It's a different blueprint. That's the complaint. That's the complaint. So if you're an investigator, who's your primary suspect? Your primary suspect is the Prime Minister. That's who they're talking about. Right? Now I'm going to show you now that the Prime Minister has no right to say that they were a target. In fact, if I were advising him, I'd have said to him, Bossy, shut your mouth, because go and look in at the recommendations. They don't say nothing about you except that you're supposed to pass laws to try and tighten up the industry and more penalties for contractors who violate the thing. Them not talk about you, so we have to take them on for. But instead, he chose to take them on. All right, here we go. Let me big this up here, Kevin. All right, make us start right there, so. ADMAT, that St. Lucian company. Ad for Adam, Mat for Matthew, the 2 sons of the Prime Minister. Established in 2008. And what was this ADMAT? ADMAT was a holding company. Meaning it's that ADMAT wasn't providing services, wasn't making products, wasn't doing anything. It's just money flow through ADMAT. Up to now, the Integrity Commission does not know where the money came from to start ADMAT. They do not know, and they've said it in their report. We don't know where this money come from. Whatever the money was inside it, we don't know where it come from.
Daniel.
But here's where they make a mistake. If you go and verify the man's statutory declaration, then you don't want to know where the money come from. How you verify his statutory declaration and now you turn around and say, I don't know where the money come from. That's foolishness. That's foolishness. And the question I have is, can you now go back and decertify his statutory declaration? You certified, but you say, oh, you know what? We didn't complete the job. We have more questions. He can't answer the questions. We need to go and we need. Is that possible? We don't know. We don't know. It's probably something new under the law that they will have to test in court. But anyway, he started ADMAT February 2008, and he dissolved it, meaning he mash it up in 2020. And people ask, why mash it up? Prime Minister said, you know why I dissolve it? And because of the optics. People in Jamaica were complaining that how can a Prime Minister go having money in a foreign country? And so I didn't like the optics, and so I moved it. A lie. He moved it because St. Lucia changed the law. And them say, if you go and have a company over here, you're going to have a brick and mortar structure. You're going to have to go hire St. Lucians. You're going to have to go provide service or build a product. And you're going to have to go pay taxes.
Pay taxes.
That was too much of the Prime Minister. Him said, no, sir. So what him do? Him go, we don't say rough, but him go radam. And him go what? Him go radam and him move ADMAT. He move all of the assets from ADMAT into this company here called Imperium. This company here. Right? Now, according to the documents I've seen, them say ADMAT had 130 million Jamaican dollars at the time it was dissolved. And all of the assets went from ADMAT to Imperium except this piece of property, Wycliffe Close. This is the only thing that didn't go to Imperium. Everything else come through Imperium. All of the properties, everything have come through. But Wycliffe Close went to where? Estate Bridge. Now look at the date. Look at the date when him dissolved this in December 2020. But him start up Imperium in June 2020. So him know where am I doing now? 6 months at that time, him say, I have to go move the thing because the St. Lucian people are going away. I have to go move my thing, and people are come down for me, and Zara Burton I call attack out my business. So I have to go just move this thing. 6 months, him say, I'm going to move it. So when they move it, here's what him do. Him establish Imperium and him say, where am I going to do? I make Imperium have 1,000 shares. When him do, him take 600 for himself and 400. As of now, 400 unallocated. 400 just sit down somewhere. So Imperium is the prime minister alone. Him are the head chief, head chef, bakawasha, cook, everything.
Head cook, bakawasha.
Yeah, head cook and bakawasha. Him in the Imperium. Nobody else in the Imperium but him, right? So he move 130 million minus this piece of property, which them claims I think valued at the time, them said it's 15. It's undervalued, 15 million. So him actually transfer 115 million and this property worth 15 million. So him bypass Imperium now and him say, we're going to give it to, and these are their prime minister's words, you know, we're going to give it to Estate Bridge. Look at him farm Estate Bridge. Remember, no, no, Imperium get the Imperium farm June 2020. Look when Estate Bridge farm July 2020, the next month. So you can't say they must set up this thing here, you know. This is not something where just happenstance, haphazard. No, this is something more well planned, right? So when do know, him move him, so him farm Imperium in a June, him farm Estate Bridge in a July, and then when do know, him move the property Wycliffe Close, him move it into Estate Bridge, and so we are going to develop it. So here's what happened now with our prime minister now. Estate Bridge, when him set it up, it have 10,000 shares. Sure, must sign the shares. Him give him sister 2,000. Him give him partner, business partner Norman Brown 2,000. Him keep 5,001 so that him always sure say him are the majority shareholder. Him control the thing. And we look when him love the unassigned business, you know. Him love keep some in a reserve. 999 in a reserve. Right? Make we go down here now and see what happens. As of now, him sister, just compare the Estate Bridge, the shares right here up top to the shares down bottom. Him sister have 2,000. She still have 2,000. Him son was not shareholder at the time, right? Him son now have 2,000. We'll explain to that how him get the 2,000. Brown, who had 2,000 when them start the business, only have 1,000. And now the prime minister unassigned 5,000. So when the prime minister said to you, I am not a shareholder, I am not a director, he's absolutely correct. He's absolutely correct. No.
One question, Mr. Rattigan. Quick question.
Yeah.
2,000 shares is given to one of his sons, right? And his two sons he has. Why he hasn't assigned any? I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Why he hasn't assigned shares to the other son too?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look because I think the other company, the media company, I think the other son, I think is involved with that. I'd have to go back and look.
Okay.
But here's where it gets interesting. All right. Now you want no. As the DJ them would have said, hear this. Watch out. January in 2021, the prime minister forfeited 1,000 shares. Remember now, you know, he would have 5,001. As of December 2020, the prime minister have 5,001 shares, the majority shareholder. Come January 2021, a month later, him forfeit 1,000 out of 5,001. And it just so happens that when him do it in the January, guess who get that 1,000 there? Him son. And then him son up on the board. Son get 1,000. 2 months later, March 2021, him business partner, Norman Brown, forfeit 1,000 out of him 2,000. And guess who get that 1,000 there? The prime minister's son. So that's why it's the prime minister's son right here. That's why I see him have 2,000 shares. When up here, so you never see him mentioned nowhere up here. Him get 2,000. Him get 1,000 from him father and 1,000 from him father's business partner. Him auntie keep fair 2,000 shares. And the prime minister now said, all right, you know what now? I'm going to just give back the 4,001. So 4,001 and 999, 5,000. That's why it's 5,000. That's why this is 5,000 right there, so right? But here's what happened. We're not done yet. Here's what happened. The building permits were issued. See it right there, so. The building permits were issued on July 12, 2021. Right? And the construction was started on July 17, 5 days later, 2021. Where was the Prime Minister 2021 in July 2021? Look at when him forfeit him 4,001 shares, October 2022. October, see it right there, so people, if you don't think me I lie, October 2022, him give up him shares. So when the permits were issued and when the construction started, the Prime Minister was the majority shareholder. No make them fool, you know. No make them fool, you know. Oh, Kevin, our glamour say, if you are
don't hang with fool Anthony Idiot.
Anthony Idiot, right? Don't hang around with fool Anthony Idiot. Don't hang around with fool Anthony Idiot. Not the people them say me a fool. Them say me a fool, you know. I let them call me a fool. But this a one fool and a fool. See thing right there, so. This a one fool and a fool. See thing right there, so. So when the Prime Minister come out and I come talk about they're targeting me, Mr. Prime Minister, you need to keep your mouth shut. You need to know when you're ahead of the game and just keep quiet. Because if those journalists in Jamaica were doing their job properly, they would have said, Mr. Prime Minister, you're not a shareholder, you're not a director. No. But on the date that the permits were issued, on July 12, 2021, what was your relationship with Estate Bridge? Him have to say I was a shareholder. And then say, and when the construction was started on July 17, 2021, what was your relationship with Estate Bridge? Him have to say I was a shareholder. So now, because he's a shareholder at that time, the question now becomes, well, what did you know about the permits? Because the complaint, you know, is that them saying that they're violating the permits and them saying one blueprint down a KSAMC and have a different blueprint where them are built from. Them never ask him that. And that's where I have a problem with the Integrity Commission. Because you know why? The Integrity Commission, based on their report, they did not interview him. How could you not interview the subject of a complaint when you have this information? Why didn't they say to him, Mr. Prime Minister, you were there when this thing started. You were there when the permits were applied for. You were there when the permits were issued. You were there when the construction started. You were there when the contractor was hired. What do you know? And ask him the pertinent questions. They did not ask him. If they did ask him, they never put in the report. Here's what they put in the report. Them said they never asked him, son. See him, son, you know, 2,000 shares. Them said, no, we never asked him because guess what? We get some information from Norman Brown. We get some information from Mr. Nesbitt, who was maybe still as a contractor. And we get some information from his sister. So we never really see it necessary for ask him. Come on, Integrity Commission, man. Me lose our phone. Me lose our phone. Me lose. You don't know what I'm going to say. You don't know what he's going to say. You have the information, you know. And somebody put another thing I was going to say, you know, ask question unless you know the answer. You have the information already. Sit him down. You know him get 2,000 shares over a 2-month period. And you know him as a board member. And you know it's a small company. And you know it's a small board. And you know, say, the construction are going right up the street from where them live. It's not that the construction are going to Westmoreland and them live at Kingston, or them live at St. Thomas and going to Westmoreland or Hanover, and you can't say, well, it's far and them don't know, blah, 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 blah. This is right up the street from them. And you're going to tell me, and hold on, this is a multi-million-dollar construction.
Complex.
Yeah, and you're going to say, you don't pay attention. You're the board member, you're the shareholder, and you're not going to look on it and see what happened. Right? Now, here's another thing, Integrity Commission. I'm going to show the picture. My name is about to show the picture. Because I'm going to show a picture where a wall, where steel in the wall, the steel tying to the foundation. Right? We now have Mr. Nesbitt, the contractor, coming and taking around the mulberry bush. I tell him all kind of foolishness. All we need for do, he said to Mr. Nesbitt, he said, Mr. Nesbitt, listen, what's your experience in the construction? He might tell you, oh, I've been doing it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I know how many people you hire, blah, 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 blah. And how long you been in? How long you have established this company? Blah 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 blah. And what construction projects have you worked on? Blah 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 blah. He might tell you. He might brag and show off. And then you said to him, say, Mr. Nesbitt, we would like to see the blueprint that you used to build this thing. Yeah. Argument done. Argument. Any answer him give you. Any answer him give you. Him trap. If him say don't have it, him trap. If him give you one and it's a 2-bedroom per townhouse, him trap. Because then the question is, Mr. Nesbitt, you are such an experienced and qualified contractor and you're building 2 bedrooms. Why is it that you build, you have
why them have 4?
Foundation and to build 4? And if him saying build 4, you say, but Mr. Nesbitt, you say how you do the building, the drawing and everything like that. So how come integrity, how come KCMC have 1, say 2? You have 1, say 4, them have 1. What's going on here, Mr. Nesbitt? Integrity Commission, we don't know how we want to do.
And ladies and gentlemen.
What question, Sir Rattigan? The amount of money that was transferred, hundreds of millions of Jamaican dollars, and you cannot account for that money. Maybe my memory is rusty here, but maybe you can assist me here. Isn't that a form of money laundering?
You know what? Put it this way. Let me put it to you like this. It would give me cause to think that there is something going on here that needs to be further investigated. Because if I can't see where you legitimately got that money from, but I see where that money is being invested, then the question is going back to square one. Where did this money come from? Because now we're going to look at what? We're going to look at your salary. We're going to look at all the investment. So where do you get this money from?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And remember, no, we know that's one of the things he complained about, because the standard of proof and who has to go first, it's different with illicit enrichment, because illicit enrichment, all the investigators have to say is that your earnings are disproportionate to your assets, and the burden shifts to you. You know, have to come up and say, well, I won the lottery, or my mother dead and left a whole heap of money give me, or me have some other things. You have to come up with a plausible one too. You can't come up with a fool excuse. You have to come up with an excuse.
But another question now, Sir Rattigan. In the report, a news station stated it, I don't remember which station, that the Prime Minister has about $700,000 US in a US bank account.
He was saying that they made a mistake on that account. He was saying that it's 700 and something Jamaican dollars.
In a US account.
It's a Citibank account. I think it's a Citibank account. But all of this can be fleshed out. All this can be fleshed out. Because if it's not Citibank, the record is there. It's not going anywhere. It's just waiting for some investigator to just say, come to me, and just get it. That's it. That's it. The Integrity Commission, I'm telling you, but I tell you what though, with the Marissa Dalrymple case, I give them credit. Because they went and they did a fantastic job in accumulating all of the documentation, so that the documents the documents speak volumes. They did a very good job with that. But then with this one to the Prime Minister, the question I want to know is, one, I never interview him, because don't know what I'm going to say, and he was there when it started. And why don't interview his son? Because his son is still there and he's a director. Why don't I interview him? So, but we're going to leave this for now still. We're going to leave this for now, because we have some more things we are showing you. So we're not around when we come around here, Understand? We don't around. All right? And by the way, Kevin, our guide, we just want everybody to know, say, I can't do this without Kevin. Kevin is the man who will tell me all kind of things. On a Saturday morning, when we sit down with 4 or 5 hours, no, I'm not throw Kevin under the bus. No, because Kevin want to go back to Jamaica.
not entirely under the bus. But people, when I say why, one, him can't go back to Jamaica, and two, why it's 3 times that they decided they're not giving him the job. This reason right here.
All right. No, there is a lady here. Hold on there. There's a lady here that we have to show some things. All right. Here we go. Folks, I want to take a look at this. And we're going to just run through this, but there's a person here that I have a particular interest in, and we're going to see her, and we're going to hear her speaking. But for now, let's just look at what people say about her. Here we go. I'm going to talk about this lady here, Dr. Dana Morris Dixon. We're going to talk about her. But before we do that, I could just scan this report, yeah, and talk about what the Prime Minister is up to. In this thing here, the Prime Minister said that him coming up with a measurement, a system that will measure performance within the public service. And him said it'll come out in the next 2 years. We don't know when that will happen. No. You know, but hold on there. When I say 2 years, you know, it could be 2 years from an event. You know, it could be 2 years from next year, or 2 years from now. So that's why you have to pin them people down. You know what I'm saying? Because them smart, you know, Kevin, and we are fool.
Exactly.
So sometimes we have to play a fool to get wise stuff. Them smart. I said 2 years. You have to say 2 years from when? When I say 2 years, you can't say 2 years. It don't necessarily mean 2 years from now. You can say 2 years from, you know, when we have
from whenever its inception is.
Well, it was just being relative.
All right. So see me over here saying I talk about job description, written job description. I mean have the job description then. How them there? See them here? They have the job description there, you know. One dated June 20, 2023, and one dated, two of them dated June 20, 2023. One said job description for members of Parliament of Jamaica. The other one said job description for ministers of government. And they paid a tremendous amount of money to some people for consultants for put this thing together.
In the
one
billions.
One of them is 9 pages, and the other one is 7 pages. 16 pages. Them pay hundreds of millions of dollars for this. 16 pages, and they could have gone online, Google, and this is all generic stuff. This stuff inside there, and well on there, and them pay so much money for it. And the people them all make all mistake on page 7. Them spell respectful RSPECTFUL. I don't know what the E there, but we don't know what I go on this.
Question, Mr. Rattigan, you know the entity that did that report?
It doesn't say on this thing. It just have the Prime Minister's signature. And
you see. Remember, you know, when I spoke about some time ago about corruption, you know, and the loopholes for corruption to occur, you know, that anybody can set up an entity said that they are going to do this writing up. I'm not saying that it is so here, but the possibility of you giving money to a certain, so to whatever entity, and you don't know what is that entity, it could be a form of raiding the purse. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I do.
So
basically, you're saying he's watching the money.
Huh?
Basically, he's watching the money. So he runs the money through.
No, I'm not accusing the Prime Minister of washing the money. I'm just saying there's a possibility. There's a possibility that some washing of money go on. It may not.
Kevin,
let me just leave it at that. There's a possibility. There's a high possibility of corruption there, and that part needs to be investigated. That's all I'm saying.
But I'm with you, because I was thinking which entity did put this together, because since they got paid, then some kind of information should be on this document that was prepared by
prepared by whatever entity, consultancy, whatever.
Yeah.
And you don't see any consultancy. So you see, that is why I'm telling you about the procurement practices that we have here in Jamaica, including the emergency procurement, which you saw in the integrity report some time back, which I explained to you, Mr. Rattigan, about the emergency procurement, which can give rise to leak and unaccountability of money and these things. I think this is a case of this is one of that. And I'm wondering now to myself, if that is what Miss Jeanette Calder pointed out, probably this is one of these things that
we'll get to that, man.
The 3 trillion. I don't know.
We'll get to that.
Asking the question.
Don't preempt me, man. We'll get to that, man. Don't preempt me, Irvin, man. Yeah, thief Matunda. Yeah, thief Matunda there. But look
Continue,
here.
Sir Ratty.
But look here. The
But
Prime
we
Minister
want
said,
no transparency too. We want,
yeah,
we want
you seem so right. So him said he
Yeah.
further stated that a code of ethics to govern the conduct and duties of MPs has been developed. He's talking about that coming from the Integrity Commission, which they did give them, and then they refused to sign the Nolan Principles of good governance. They refused to sign it. But yeah, make it go down a little bit more. Oh, and by the way, this young lady here, she said that she have 690 schools will get internet access by the end of fiscal year 2023-2024. So that's by March 31st next year. 690 schools supposed to have it. We're going whole hard to it, you know. We're going whole hard
right now.
We're going whole hard to it. Eh?
How many
Kevin?
of them have it right now?
How much of them have?
Out of the 690, how many of them have it now?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know.
Because in 3 months, you're saying that you're going to give, if none of them have it yet, it can't be just that one day everybody is going to get it. So over the period of time leading up to this, how many of them currently have it? And is that schools in the corporate area? Is this just schools across the country? Is it just the uptown schools or any of the downtown schools? Which schools?
Well, you know what? We need to ask this lady, Dr. Dana Morris Dixon. Come around here to the front of the class, make we have a discussion. Because you've been chatting in the back. You're not paying attention. And we need to have you come to the front. Now, look at this lady, very powerful lady. She's she got she was sworn in on May 25th, and she is serving as Minister without portfolio in the Prime Minister's office with direct oversight for skills and digital transformation, as well as the National Identification System and the Registrar General Department. Whole responsibility. Mm-hmm. She's now, this was when she Minister without portfolio, she's now the Minister of Education. And it says she come with several years of experience working. And this one jumped out at me. She has several years working in the banking sector. And I say, whoa, 28 accounts. All right. Don't know if she's connected.
With $0 starting starting deposit.
Yeah, but see, him said, and look at this. I'm going to show you something here now. Shall go implement Jamaica Education Transformation Commission, the draft report on vocational training, as well as HEART NSTA. Look right us up. She will be tasked with executing a program that targets the approximately 700 Jamaicans who are not formally counted in the labor force. We're going to get to that too. 700 people not counted in the labor force, and apparently they're not talking about infants and the aged. Because look what them say. Them say it is expected that in reaching these individuals, they will be exposed to adequate training and certification that are aligned with the needs of the private sector. So them not talk about a 5-year-old, and them not talk about somebody 95. Them not talk about people of working age. 700,000. Make that sink in, Paula. 700,000. And look what she said right here. One of them said, having achieved the lowest unemployment rate in our independent history, the major barrier to growth is no longer capital. The major barrier to growth is the availability of skilled labor. No wonder we hear the junior minister and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade come afar and come tell people about they are upskilling people. First time I heard that word, it was when him said, we are upskilling people so that they can get involved in robotics and this and that and that. Now, this lady here, she's multi-talented because she have all of these things. I don't know if them relieve her of these duties, but I know right now she's conducting the post-cabinet briefing on a Wednesday. And I know that she's also the Minister of Education. So I'm going to play some video and I'm going to show you some things. I'm going to play some video with this lady here. We'll pay special focus. We'll have special focus on this lady here because, you know, I thought that Minister Morgan was terrible. I thought he was horrible. But Minister Morgan, sometimes we have to stick with the evil we know. because we miss you. We really miss you. Because some of the things that when she said, me know you don't never caught dead saying them things there. I've watched you many, many times. And sometimes when people give you a question we don't want to answer, you say, look, I'm not familiar with it or whatever. You say, I have to go back and I'll come back to you. And you never come back. Right? And we think, say, when you gone, it was a breath of fresh air coming in. It would be refreshing. It would be somebody who can come in and give the Jamaican people information about what its government is doing, what its government is deciding. But may I tell you, Minister Kevin, find Minister Morgan for me now, please. Never let that, never trust a word of politician.
I got you. I got you.
We know Tigo did that. We know Tigo did that. Kill him and say, Ratty, play the video there. So we have to get that video there now. Well, man, why y'all look feet? Let me just continue by saying that we miss him, man. We miss Minister Morgan. Me I beg, come Minister Morgan, you not do well in the roadworks thing, you know. We know that. You're not doing well in the roadworks thing at all. In fact, Minister Morgan, let me share a joke with you. Them say in Jamaica you drive on the left, but a man say, no, me I drive on what's left. Not
no, sir.
The man said, what's left of the road? That me I drive on. You drive on the left, but me I drive on what's left. So you're not doing well over there, sir. So you need to come back over here and make we just have the engagement that we used to have with you. You know, we make some fun out of you, and then at the same time you give us some information. And some of the information you gave us was good. Although, you know, me never like the information we give about, you know, the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. You know, me and you have a little thing about that. But you used to go on good still a certain way with way. And now you gone and this lady come now and is like, I don't know what she's doing. And I don't think she knows what she's doing. So anybody who's familiar with this lady here, what on Kevin, Tita Kevin say, anybody who's familiar with Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, please tell her to come around here now, because we're going to talk about her. And we want to talk about her when she's watching and she's listening. We don't want to hear from somebody, because what we're going to do is this. We're going to play her own words, and then we're going to compare her words to the facts and say that this lady is she's either a fool, or she's an educated fool, or she's trying to fool us. One of the two of them. We don't know which one. She's either an educated fool, or she's an educated person trying to fool us.
Why does it have to be either or?
Well, give me another option.
It's both.
Oh.
I agree with Kevin. It's both.
Okay.
Both.
I was just being charitable to the lady, but that's the way Kevin not believe in charity begins at home. You know,
she don't live in my home. And she's not contributing to any of the homes that I am related to or connected with in Jamaica, apparently, because there's a lot of nothingness happening here.
All right, Kevin. All right. Why did I do that? Let me find the Chav. We have four quick clips. 4 clips from her. They're very short, except one of them.
Yeah, but your brethren is there. See, your brethren right there.
Where?
See, right there. See her?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm sorry. Kevin have him? Well, no, better not say nothing about no weapon or nothing like that. Leave it like that. But I just leave it like that. You know, because other people accuse me all kind of things. All right. Here is our brethren, not just my brethren, our brethren. We love this man around this corner here. And I say that facetiously. No.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. 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 To people, do not trust the words of politicians. 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 Do not trust the words of politicians.
As my virgin would have said, Mystic would have said, take it away. No. Here is a young lady now. Go now. Wait there, Kevin. No, it's statin. All right, make we start with understanding the new. Oh, all right. You know what? Make we go to the one where she talk. All right, listen, watch this one here, people.
Like that for unemployment in our country.
All right, here we go. Hold on.
The unemployment number down to 3.6%. 3.6% in Jamaica. I never thought you'd ever see a number like that for unemployment in our country. It is a tremendous feat. When we talked about Jamaica in the past, we spoke about high unemployment, that was normal. High youth unemployment, that was normal. But now, because of all the hard work of many Jamaicans and the administration, we're at 3.6% unemployment. Obviously, that also leads to other issues and concerns in terms of the economy, but what it does say is that the economy is doing very well and that we have been able to steer the ship in the right direction and to lead us through some very choppy waters. And I say congratulations to everybody who has had a part to play in that achievement, 3.6% unemployment for Jamaica. And so I'm going.
She should give credit to the people that put out that report, that created that report.
Right. She was
that
gushing
fabricated
over
those statistics.
3.6, and she was just gushing with pride and success and all of that stuff. No. Here is the difference between this lady and Minister Morgan. Minister Morgan would have said, make me see the report was a 3.6 first. That's what Minister Morgan would have done. This lady I read it. I read it. She not do no research. She lazy. Look again. I read it. Watch. What go on here?
I don't think that's the one you wanted to show.
Yeah, that one. All right, anyway, 3.6%. She have gush over it and all of that stuff. No, make we get down into the nitty-gritty of this 3.6%. First of all, let me just ask the two junior members on this panel just one question. Same question to both of them. Dervin and JAMAICA'S, is the minister correct? Because both of you live in Jamaica. Is the minister correct when she said that the unemployment rate in Jamaica is 3.6%?
To be honest with you, I am not sure where that figure came from. And I don't know how you define employment. Going around Jamaica, I'm still seeing young men rubbing them hand with weed in them hand, smoking, walking into an abyss of nothingness. So I'm not sure how you define. Are you insinuating that those who are on TikTok and rest in peace to the two TikTokers who were unalived in recent times? I don't know if that you consider that employment. I don't know if you consider wiping car glass as employment. But from the lexicographical definition of employment is that you have that would include you having a steady income. And I don't think you being a window screen wiper is a steady income. If you're talking about the BPOs, it may be steady somewhat, but many of those persons who are in the BPO sectors are underpaid, and many of them are university graduates. Some have masters, up to masters. As I said, I heard about a person who had her PhD, but thankfully she got an academic job at a particular university and is now a lecturer.
What was she before?
What was she before? She was working at a BPO entity. So
and for those who don't know, a BPO is what?
What you call it?
Call center.
Call center, yeah. But I'm not sure how you would define that, because employment means you have to be in some productive job that pays you fairly well for you to live comfortably.
Let me stop you right here. No, finish your sentence. Finish your thought.
Many people are not living comfortably due to the macroeconomics The macroeconomics may be good for the wealthy business owners and empire runners, but the micro aspect of it is like hell on earth for the little man on the road. Right now, we have Christmas now, and not many people are buying because they don't have the money. I think this Christmas will be a sad Christmas. But those of you who have the 300% increase and who run mega corporations due to the macroeconomics is working for you, can buy things for yourselves and your children. But I am not seeing that. I'm sorry.
All right. Let me talk to Jamaica. Jamaica, same question to you.
Hey, thank you for that question, man. And from my professional training, I look at communication. So as a Guild of English Professional Butler, we are more about understanding people's communication. And in the communication wheel, there's 3 different forms of communication. You have the verbal communication, which is 7%, 38% for the vocal, and then 55% the non-verbal. So the old saying, the old cliche, actions speak louder than words. When you look at this lady, she's forcing to speak. That means that she wants to know, force people to believe what she has said. And when you say something over and over, even if it's a lie, it becomes the truth. So I'll ask this lady, is the census completed? And also, is the census workers being paid? Those are the 2 first questions. And then when we look at Jamaica, we are seeing underemployment, as Derval spoke about. You have a lot of university students, graduates, are out here working in call centers, underemployment, not getting paid for their education. So we are experiencing brain drain, both locally and having our people with the expertise leave, right? So when you look at the hotel sector, the same thing. And a lot of people on TikTok and all about why? Because the little meager salary can't pay nobody. The $15,000 a week cause nobody for want to work for nobody in Jamaica. So therefore, a lot of the Jamaican people become beggars, whether on social media or in reality. A lot of people in Jamaica don't want to work. So I don't know where the statistics come from, the 3.6%. I don't know. Tell me how you get to it and you don't take a census.
All right. You're right. The census has not been completed and there are issues regarding that. Somebody was saying that, or Pastor Ricky was saying, they don't do a census, so they don't know how many people in Jamaica. Well, what they did, I found out. What they did was, they said that Jamaica has, was it 2.7 million people, because because they haven't completed the census. They're going back to old statistics, so it's 2.7. All right. Durbin, you were asking on Jamaica as well, saying, where did they get this 3.6 from? Well, here it is. Look at the first the highlighted area up top. The unemployment rate for July 2024 was 3.6%. Now, what they didn't tell you is this, that I'm going to tell you. They didn't tell you that in January, when they did the statistics, the unemployment rate was 5 point something, because nobody knew this, because remember, they were touting 4.2 all along. It spiked the last quarter of last year. So in January, it was 5.2. Here's what happened in January as well. They started using a new measurement system, one that was proposed by the International Labor Organization, I believe it's called. And they used it for the January one, so it was 5 point something. And my guess is that they couldn't figure out what they were doing, so they went to 5 point something. The next time they did it, it went down to 4 point something. And this July, this is not for the whole year. This is just for the second quarter. This is for the quarter from January, February, March, April, May, June. The second quarter from April to June, because they put out they put out the statistics a month after the quarter ends. So this is for the second quarter. So they said 3.6. So now like you two bright gentlemen, you ask a question, where did they get it from? Meaning, how did they arrive at 3.6? All right, I'm going to show you. And you see right here, look at the bottom, it says there were 694,200 people outside the labor force. We're going to get to that. But I can show you a bunch of documents that will disprove, dispel, debunk all of this nonsense that she's talking about. But here's what I'm going to do. Rather than show you a whole documents and talk, I'm going to show you one document coming out of Statin. One document. And I saw where quite a few people in the chat were saying that in order to be employed, you have to be, you have to work for like a week or a month or whatever. You're wrong. For the quarter, you know how long you have to work to be considered fully employed in the quarter? 1 hour. 1 hour. They measure it. They measure it. No, they used to measure the last month of every quarter. That's how they do it. Now they move it up to measure it now the first, sorry, not the last month, the last week. The last week of the last month in the quarter. So for example, the first quarter is January, February, March. They used to measure it for the last week in March. Now they move it now to doing it the first week in January. But enough talking. Let me show you the document. Kevin, I rush me. Kevin, I'm showing the document. You know. All right, this Kevin. All right. All right. No. We could get down to business now.
See, as long as people understand, this is not a will Rattigan, a reason with Rattigan, come reason with Rattigan document. Nothing like that document. Is a Statistical Institute of Jamaica document.
Right. Right. This is one of the agencies responsible for collecting data for the government of Jamaica. The other one I think is PIOJ or them share. But this is certainly the premier organization. Now we could take a stroll through this, right? Could take a little stroll. And we know we're supposed to have no comment. All right. Here's a stroll. We could go through the stroll. See it is. The new labor force survey. This is the one where them start with the new survey where them start January of this year. Right? Make a walk through it. There it is. New labor, it's conducted quarterly in January, April, July, and October. And the survey consists of 10,464 dwellings. So them have 10,464 dwellings where them use to gather all of this information. Because them can't do it for everybody in Jamaica. So them take a random sampling. But them know them do them thing. Them a statistician. Them do them thing. All right. Now, here's one of the difference now. Under the old survey, right, the one before January of this year, they used to measure anybody over 14 who's working. The new one, anybody over 15. So them change that, right? Go down some more. Here it is right there, people. Remember me telling you, say 1 hour? There it is right there. The 1 hour criterion and used to identify individuals who are considered employed. 1 hour you work in the reference week. Remember, no, they want to do it. They want to collect the stats 1 week out of the quarter. And if you work 1 hour, if you just do a hustle, you do a like a bushing, a man beg you do something, and them come to you and ask and say, are you working? And if you go say, yeah, me a hustle, you are considered fully employed. So you see the 3.6, you start get a sense of where we are going now with the 3.6. Why them get it to 3.6? There it is right there. Then big it up your phone, people. 1 hour. If you work 1 hour at the reference week, you're good. You have money. See there.
You have money, but like when you work at places like, all right, let us use the US. You get $16 an hour. So if you work here in Jamaica and get the Jamaican equivalent of $16 an hour, that is not sustainable. Inflation eat out all of that already. Majority of it already. Anyway, so
where we are get to is how them get to 3.6. So what happens is that if you work 1 hour during that reference week, you're considered fully employed for the whole period. If you never work again, 1 hour, and I hit that. All right, so we could go down. And them start about who's employed and who's not employed. Now look at this. Them used to have a definition where if you seek work, they're not putting on the unemployed. Now if you seek work, they're putting on the unemployed. Look at this. Show it to you. Here's a revised one now. The one now, this is a standard now that I use, right? Look at where it says work is defined as any activity performed by persons of any sex and age to produce goods or to provide services for use by others or for own use. So what that means is that if you work for somebody and you don't get paid, guess what? You're working. Like if you volunteer. And we're going to show you, Sita, the spectrum of work, that category work has broadened to include employment. That is where you work and you get paid. But here what I'm including a work now. If you work and you say, well, me wash clothes and me yard for, you know, or if our wife says she wash clothes for the husband and the husband go work, them say, no, you're working. Unpaid trainee, you're working. Volunteer work, you're working. Other activities, you're working. This is what work is in Jamaica. All of these things.
So all right. So do they put in the category persons who are looking for work in under the category of work? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, ahead of me. Because that's where we're going now. See ya. Hold on there. Oh, yeah, Kevin. Oh, no, that. Oh, and by the way, see, if anybody interested, see the document here. This is the document where them follow. International Labour Organization. That's the one who come out with the new standard.
Okay.
That is the one I'm follow. But let me show you the like this. Hold on. Oh, is it Kevin like this? No. Like this? Yeah. All right. See ya. No. Under this thing here. Oh, let me go back. There's something I need to show you. There's something I need to show you. Them broke it up in a different categories, right? Because them have something called labor underutilization, right? And so them do it now. LU1 is unemployment, right? That is the people who are looking for work, can't find work. LU2 is people who are working, but they're not working enough hours, and also people who are not working and looking for jobs. So, for example, you remember when they raised the minimum wage? If a helper used to work 5 days a week for $13,000, and now them raise it to like 15. What them find employers were doing, they will say, listen, I can't pay you 15. So instead of coming 5 days, come 4 days, and you still get the 13. So now that person have 1 day, them have to go look for a job, and them want to work. That person is considered underutilized or unemployed because them have 1 day where them can't work. So then put LUT is those people as well as number one, LU1, the people looking for work and can't find work. Look at LU3. They have something called potential labor force. Those are people who are not working, not looking for work. Because some of them just give up. Them just say, me put out too much resume. Or them say, the people want to pay me 15,000. Me live up in the hills, and by the time if you come and go and work and get the 15,000, it's like it cost me 16,000 to make 15,000. It makes no sense, right? So them combine all of that. Them combine unemployed people who are looking for work and can't find work, and them include people who not looking for work. Now keep this in mind. You have a lot of people who not looking for work simply because they couldn't find work, and them just give up. Them in the LU3. LU4 now is where them combine everybody. Now this term, potential labor force, here's what it means. Right here. It says a subset of persons outside the labor force which aims to measure the potential supply of labor. Or in other words, it quantifies all persons with an unmet need for income generating work and provides a measure of their degree of labor market integration. All of that, ignore all of what we just don't read. That is like the speech there. Wait name Kevin. My speech over Mr. Clark did give man the rhythm the algorithm speech. This is the algorithm speech. When we just done read to you a while ago at the algorithm speech. See the speech we really want to focus on. Potential labor force means if you're looking for a job but you're not currently available to work, or if you're available to work but you're not looking for a job. That's what it means. Either way, you're not working. You're not working. No, I could go to another document. Look on this. Wait there. Further down. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Here we go. LU1, the people who are actively looking for work and can't find work, 3.6. That's what them tell us. And them say, yes, this is the true figure of unemployment. No, them cherry pick the number for your people. Because so remember now them have 4 numbers them can't pick, you know. Them have LU1, LU2, LU3, LU4. Them pick the one where them say, oh, them people are looking for work and not finding work. Look at, and remember now, LU1 is people who look for work can't find work. LU2 is people who are underemployed, as well as people who are looking for work and can't find. No, LU2 is people who are underemployed, right?
So Mr. Rattigan,
yeah.
Question. The LUs, they were taken from the ILO's document, right? Yeah, and they just placed it into STATIN.
Yeah, the LU, you're right. They gave them that standard. Them go with that standard.
But if we are going to go by that logic here, the ILO is International Labour Organization. They are speaking for the whole world collectively.
Correct.
Right? So how can you take something from the whole world collectively and put it to says 5.6 ILO to 5.6 here in Jamaica? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, we have to go ask them that. But before we ask them that question there, remember now, LU1, people who are looking for a job can't find a job. LU2, people who are looking for a job can't find a job, as well as people who are working, but they're not working enough hours. LU3 is people who are looking for a job, can't find a job, and people who are not looking for a job are not working. That is the true unemployment rate. Them people in our work. Look at that number. That is LU3. Look at that. It's 5.7. It's 5.7. So when them coming and tell us that 3.6 people, no make them fool, you know. More people out there not working.
But the true eye test is telling us all of this in Sir Rattigan. The eye test is telling us that it is not 3.6 but 5.7 or probably even more.
Higher, probably even higher, right?
Yeah, that's the eye test. And the truth, as you spoke, saying that a lot of people don't take up employment because it doesn't make any sense. You're paying for your fear and you're actually begging people to even go to work. So that is the reality.
No, let me show you something else. Remember, she said the economy is doing well. 3.6, the economy is doing well. Let me show you something what the economy are doing. Let's start with this one. Right? Let's start with international trade. For sure, to say it's not doing well. We not produce nothing in Jamaica. We not produce nothing. Here's the proof. Look at this. This is just 6 months out of the year now. And remember, the stats coming out next month. It's going to be far worse than this. Look at the top number, total imports. That is where we import from January to July. 4 billion, 4.3 billion. Look what we export, 1 billion. So the deficit here, 3.2 billion. How you can sustain an economy like that when you don't produce anything? And at the same time, you have austere measures where you're cutting back on programs because you want to pay off the loans to the IMF, so you want to reduce the GDP, your GDP to debt ratio. And at the same time, you say countries like the US and Japan and France, the GDP to debt ratio are 200, you know.
But here this now, Sir Rattigan. I'm glad that you stated about mode of production, because anyone who does economics, in order to give salaries commensurate, especially to our political leaders, you have to have some level of production to sustain it. So that's why I said the 300% increase does not make sense. And you giving public sector workers mere 20%, which inflation eat it out. So that 300% increase for various persons is unsustainable. There is going to be a deficit somewhere in the government's coffers. It is highly unsustainable. But I would love for you to bring Mr. Ralston Hyman here, or Dr. Andre Horton, and they will speak more on it.
Right. We are going to do that. What we're doing, we're just scratching the surface right now to just show people that when them say that this is 3.6, they're not telling you the truth, because unemployment should be the people who are not working, the people of working age not working. And what they fail to tell you is that a lot of these people that they claim not looking for work, they're not looking for work because it's not feasible for them to go look at work, because the $15,000 cannot sustain them. Cannot. I've heard cases of people who quit working because them said no, because by the time I pay for transportation and food and clothing and all of that stuff, the money 15,000 can't do it. So they're not looking for no work. And remember this. This is only a snapshot in time, This is only for the first week, the reference week out of the quarter. So when them come to you the first week and you say, why, me have a little roast me that though. Them say, oh, all right, fine, thank you very much. You're fully employed.
I'm gone.
Yeah, if you say you're working more than an hour, you're fully employed. Are you fully employed? Not for that day, not for that week, not for that month, but for that entire quarter, that entire 3 months, because they're not coming back to check on you. So whatever you answer, you give them are going to run with it. There's no 3.6 unemployment in Jamaica. This is rubbish. Go ahead, Jamaica. You just said something?
Yes, and another reality of the Jamaican people, working people are choosing which child to send to school.
Oh yes,
this is a reality.
Oh yes,
It is not somebody tell me this. Other people are said. I know people say it to me, and people who have good employment at the hotel telling me that, hey, boy, things set away, me have to choose which child to send to school. That is a reality. So we have working people being beggars. So I don't understand how the economy great and unemployment down. I don't understand it.
And I'm glad that you spoke on that, because I have heard a litany of stories also, especially from my friends who are in the education sector. And we wonder why we have such a problem in the education sector, because of that very same issue.
You probably the 902 that is unaccounted for, not 209 billion that is unaccounted for. The aesthetics of the classrooms are horrible. It's subpar,
very horrible
where that is concerned.
I know something. Megawatt is right, Megawatt say if them see a fill out application, then them count you as unemployed, right? Because them say if you're looking for a job, right?
And it don't necessarily mean that you have people who are switching jobs, who are currently working, but they say, okay, this workplace is toxic, I need to go find somewhere else and send out the application. It doesn't mean that they're unemployed. There are probably some who are employed to a entity, who just want to switch from one entity to another. Okay. So we have to take that into consideration. So this statistics thing is kind of wobbly.
But the young lady said that the economy is doing well. Now we know we get where. Look, folks. As much as we don't like it and we think the statistics skewed, it's all we have, right? Statin is all we have. PIOJ. We just have to work with it and just work with it, because there's nothing else we can turn to. So we just look at statin, right? Now let's look at PIOJ. And we did this last week, but I think this adds some texture to the thing now that you've heard her speak, and you've seen some documents. Here we go. November 20, 2024. Right? This is PIOJ. This is a group that everything coming into Jamaica, or I should say almost everything in terms of grants, loans, and all that, it flows through this organization, right? They write the proposal and them do a whole bunch of things. So them have good statistics, as good as can imagine. Now, look what them say. Them say they might report a contraction, not an expansion. And at them highlight it, now the bold, I'm them bold it, you know, me highlight it, but them bold it, right? So them say from July to September, they must say a contraction. And then them give a whoop a reason and say, well, because of the hurricane, as if Jamaica no have Jamaica no in the hurricane belt, as if it's just a one-off, right? All of a sudden, no, that is supposed to be the excuse. Jamaica in the hurricane belt from time immemorial. Jamaica just in a geographically speaking, right? And meteorological, we can't get the word out.
Meteorological
speaking, yeah. Jamaica in the belt, in a hurricane belt. Some don't know when I give me this far. No, look here. We could go down some more. Yeah. We could zip through this. Now we're gonna talk about the contraction now, you know. Economy doing well, you know. That's what she just said. Watch here. The goods producing industry is estimated to have contracted by 6.5%. Look at agriculture, contracted by 13.5%. Go down some more. Look at mining and quarrying, contracted by 15.2%. Look at manufacture, contracted by 2%.
But question, Mr. Rattigan, as it relates to the manufacturing and the mining, especially the mining industry, remember that our former minister, now deputy managing director of IMF, has given away the cess for the bauxite. So that has, yeah, and that has vitiated that. But and Ralston Hyman stated that we are spluttering now, but we are going to feel the recession a couple months from now.
No, man, we are feeling it now, man.
No, this is just a spluttering, you know. This is just, you know, like when you drive a car and it's about to stop, it just splutter.
All right.
Yeah, we are now in the part. It's now in a few months we're going to see a total stop.
Well, fire there, I mean, I want to hold him up. So let me just quickly run through this. So that contract, construction contract, 2.8%, right? Where else there? Service industry contract 1.2 compared to last year. Electricity and water supply 5.8. Right? There's everything I'm gonna tell you now. There's one that make a money, you know. CETA, finance and insurance services grew by 1%. And how did they grow? See them tell you right yourself. They might take money from you if you have a bank book, and them take your money with their bank book service fees and things like that. See they grow the fees and commission. 1% it grow. Look on hotel and restaurants, contracted 2.1%. Tourists now come to Jamaica like them used to, you know. And she do a piece on tourists. We never played a piece, you know. She talk about super ships. That's how she's explaining. Super ships, two super ships now they have. Them super ships that people now spend the money at Jamaica. If the money don't spend on the America or overseas, it now spend it so. So look, hotel and restaurant 2.1%. The GDP decreased by 0.5 for the first 9 months. And unemployment, blah, 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 blah. Unemployment was 4.2. Well, I'm not sure something where no bode well for Jamaica. Well, on there. Look on this. Look on there. The performance to date suggests that the objective of achieving developed country status will likely not be achieved by 2030. How about saying it will not? Take out likely. It will not be achieved by 2030. Right? And then the other one I saw. Look on the short-term economic outlook. Negative. Until March next year, you know, March 31st next year, you know, negative, you know.
So let me ask this.
Yeah.
690 schools supposed to get computers and internet access by the same date, March. Yeah. But we have a negative outlook.
Everything growth. Negative, brother.
this other thing, the 3.6%, that being published in a report, is for whose benefit?
The 3.6 is a feel-good thing, so them can hug each other and say we trick the people them. Plus, it's also good when them can go to the IMF and all of them people and say, you know, we're continuing along the lines of our esteemed former minister of finance, you know, because right now the unemployment rate it gone down, and guess what? Our GDP to debt ratio going down. So guess what? Open up some more avenues of credit for us, because we have to go borrow now. Make no mistake about it.
No, we have to borrow. We have to. We were put in that situation right by the neoliberalistic economic policies under Nigel Clark. That is why.
Two things you spoke about. Sorry about that. Two things you spoke about.
Man. Go ahead, man.
Mr. Yashi, two things you spoke about. You talk about them blaming the hurricane. But remember, it was the same former finance minister jumping all around talking about the catastrophe bond. And we didn't get anything from it.
We do a program on that, you know. We do a program on that. We sure say, we bring on a statistician, a mathematician. We sure say Jamaica, we give the 10 million a year.
There you go. So Jamaica actually lose, and also with the hurricane, it wasn't this major hurricane, hence we didn't get any money from the catastrophe.
Right,
bond.
but you see, Nigel Clark approached those persons. Nigel Clark approached those persons without the required expertise, like the meteorologists and economists, etc., etc. He just went in there because he wants to be the head cook and buckle washer, and he did what he did. So he made Jamaica a living ass of themselves in that thing.
He made a fool of himself. But anyway, also when we look at JPS within that time, it was a major blunder. What was the contingency plan of JPS? And they didn't look at the falling polls that they had. So that's why Jamaica had experienced blackout for so long. For a country that they said the economy is booming and we're developing. Also, you made mention of the ship that Miss Dora spoke about, mega ship.
Super ships.
These super ships, this is not contributing to the local people in Jamaica. None at all. So what the Indians and the Chinese, the inbound store, have contract with these drivers, take them directly to these places. And that is only those who are actually spending when they come here. So again, the local man doesn't benefit from it. So everything sounds good in theory, but in practical and actuality, nothing really happen.
Well, you know, you're absolutely correct. And here Petra said, Mr. Hyman says Jamaica will be in a recession at the end of December. I've been saying this for a while because I have some links in Jamaica. Then tell me already. I mean, I talk about titans of industry who me talk to, and them said no. Them said come December. Them said December is going to be one of the worst. This December is going to be one of the worst Decembers that we've experienced in a long time, because no money not there, right? And no money not there. But look at where it's a for short term. All industries, with the exception of agriculture, construction, hotels and restaurants and other services, are expected to record growth in the short term. Now, look at industries that will not experience growth in the short term. Agriculture, construction, hotel and restaurants, and other services, which is a big category, because most of the people we're working at Jamaica service industry they're working at, right? And we have some other things where we can go in, but see them all blame the travel advisory, and what them for blame is the failure of the police commissioner to implement plans for reduce crime. Them not do that. Them are blame now the foreign governments, because them said, hey, don't go to, if you go to Clarendon, don't stop at all. No,
and poor healthcare too. Blame the poor healthcare too.
And see it, them say, look at that, sir. Within this context, the economy is anticipated to contract for the remainder of this calendar and fiscal year. Like that. And it talk about, you know what? Let me just leave it. There's a fire. You know about? I see in the back, in the room there, you know. Dr. Knife folks is here with us. I don't know if him can hear me. Let me fling him on now.
Lost himself. The boss himself.
We can't see a Dr. Knife. Hold on, let me remove this. Let me bring him on. Dr. Knife.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Yeah, where you there? I can't see you, brother. I darkness.
Yeah, my video on, but I'm actually outside. So I kind of dark for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm outside, I'm not really inside. I'm
Okay.
more outside person than being inside our building, you know?
Okay. I can't see you now.
Yeah, but I'm snuggle go back.
Yeah.
Outside.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. Fire. Isis.
Hey, give thanks.
Yeah, man. Listen, we have a distinguished panel here now. We want to pick your brain about a whole heap of things that go on in Jamaica. Let me just tell you this. I'm telling everybody this, that a while back somebody sent me a videotape of you. I watched a videotape, was impressed. But what happened is that I was depressed about other things that were going on in Jamaica. So I never really spent a whole heap of time I penetrated until recently now. I got through some things and on my own, we just come across the video. Couple of videos and I start watch it, and then we just get hooked now. So I start passing on the videos to a whole bunch of people. I'm telling you, people, this man is one of the most interesting persons I've come across in Jamaica or anywhere for a good while. This man, him having finger on the pulse of a lot of things. I know that he's been schooled in economics, but the breadth and length of his education and his experience go well beyond economics. And he has a program, I think, he's at UWI doing
entrepreneurship.
Entrepreneurship, yes.
Yeah.
Social entrepreneurship.
Yeah. Well, right. I directly the Entrep program, but my focus is really on social entrepreneurship and sustainable community development.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, folks, before me even bring him on for him explain and talk the things, we just want to tell him right now. When you hear this man talk, when you go and go up on YouTube and go and look up all them videos, I'm about a whole heap of videos. All up to last night in the fire. May I read both Manly, what name? The man that will write the book, the man
Manly P. Hall.
Manly P. Hall. Are you make me start reading my Manly P. Hall?
I can share some of them texts, man. I have a couple hundred of them books, electronic, and I can just share them. I can share with people.
Yeah, yeah, man, a wealth of information. Anyway, folks, we have set aside a fair amount of time for the professor come on and talk to it how young people can get involved in entrepreneurship and some other things about the economy and all of that. And I think that he's eminently qualified to do the job. So without further ado, I present to you Dr. Knife.
Yeah, man, I really do give thanks for the chance for joining the program and reading. I was listening earlier to the discussions. You mentioned the data coming out of STATIN and also the projections coming out of PIOJ. Just to say that all the information that comes through PIOJ is informed by the same data coming out by STATIN, but the PIOJ have a set of economists now who will make these projections and take into consideration some elements. We mentioned earlier about the impact of Hurricane Beryl. I mean, anywhere of any kind of natural hazard, it kind of disrupt processes. See, in the recovery period, though, is determined by a number of what we call preconditions. One being, as I mentioned now, electrical supply. So if you check it from the hurricane come, and we know that before the hurricane, JPS was not doing a very good job of anything. Post-hurricane, them take 3, 4, 5 months to get things done in particular areas that are related to agriculture. And naturally, I know that a lot of industries will not be recovering because they depend upon electricity. You know what I say? So when I'm going to try to say, boy, things will recover fast, but electricity is not being repaired and restored now. So it's just an illusion that is just an illusion. But I want to say things to make it look like things are really bad because election will come up. And so I'm not going to be suicidal and say, boy, the whole country is in this kind of turmoil. Nonetheless, though, what I do know is that out of every sector, and this is the irony, out of every sector, when you have any kind of hazard, the one that recovers the fastest is also agriculture. And why agriculture? Because most of the things that we would consume as Jamaican people outside of a thing like rice, them take between 4 to say 6 9 months. What I mean by 4 to 6 to 9 months. Things I call vegetable like pak chai and them thing there and string bean, maybe some 4 weeks things. See? Most of the other vegetables them are like 8 to 12 weeks. Then if people are with all animal like chicken are 6 weeks. See, you know, like yam and those things like the tube of them take like a 6 months, and then you have some like banana and plantain taking up like 9 months, 11 months. That's why in Jamaica currently, you find say, and this might shock the island, in Jamaica, green banana is being sold for about $600 a dozen. And if you go into a supermarket, them selling a pound of green banana for $400 a pound. So, you know, in Jamaica, you could usually get a bunch of green banana from a farmer for $900. But it's because of the impact of the hurricane, and you know the banana take longer than most other crops to get back and track. I'm also find out, come here people having a discussion about whether we have received any benefit from like the climate reform fund, etc. Jamaica did get some benefit, but guess what I'm know with these things though, which is part of the trick. When that money comes, it goes into a consolidated fund and nobody don't know until the money afterwards. You know, and so while you hear Nigel them and other people are talking about get money from these climate reform funds, etc. Nobody knows what happened to the. As a matter of fact, previous to Beryl, there was a hurricane that didn't come to Jamaica, but because it was at a certain wind speed, we draw down hundreds of millions of dollars from the same fund, and nobody knows where the money gone. We don't know where the money is. See, so you find that even the recovery programs that are supposed to support those communities that are hardest hit, and because of how the rain is coming now, normally we know usually get the rain on the northeast side of Jamaica. So people that say Portland and them places are mash up. Right now, talk about the southeast and extending down to the southwest side. So places like St. Elizabeth and places in Westmoreland, certain places in Manchester. And people understand Jamaica geography now, you find say the south central and south part of Jamaica is actually planting most of the food. So that those food areas are now being affected by the natural hazards that are taking place. You know, so I would have anticipated, and people in Plan Institute would have anticipated, said the economy is going to shrink. See, also in discussions and ones I mentioned this kind of paradox. They must say, boy, the country is doing well. But at the same time, the reality of people is that better. You know, and it's a way how people can use statistics to lie. And what I mean by use statistics to lie, it don't mean say the statistics is incorrect, you know, but you're actually telling a lie because you have to know. We can say that there are certain inflows into the country. When there's an inflow into the country, whose pocket the inflow go into? It's not the majority of people's pocket. So in essence, you might have increase in income overall, but you have increase in poverty because the people who need money not getting any money. You know? And so that is part of the trick. So we do generalize rather than break out the data so a man can really see what is happening. So man, it is easy for a man to say, okay, the economy is going to grow projected to grow by 3.6%. But that 3.6% growth, whose pocket that 3.6% growth goes into? Which is good when you mention the whole thing about the sectors that are growing. So you say that most sectors are projected to decline, but the financial sector increased by 1.8%.
Right.
No, who control the financial sector? Remember, says about 5 major companies control the financial sector. You know, them control the bank, them also control the insurance company, them control the money transfer agencies as well. And that's when you listen to the Jamaican news and you hear the guy them say, and them playing a game with the exchange rate, and people need to be very clear on those things. Guess what the guy them know? You'll hear the current governor of the Bank of the Central Bank of Jamaica, who was also the former head of a major insurance company, say, okay, we are going to put in $30 million into the economy. And so we put in $30 million now. Within half a day, the $30 million disappear. How come the $30 million disappear so fast? Because in reality, the same 5 major financial institutions are the ones who are buying that money. And when they build the money now, they're not putting in any form of production, you know. Them using it is paper pushing. Them using the money to buy US denominated papers. Yes? As a form of investment. But remember, say you can't speculate yourself out of a recession, you need to produce goods and services.
Right.
No, because they're buying it up. The man in manufacturing now can't get no money. I mean, so the man in manufacturing are using US dollars to import things to support them production. Them can't have no money. So the only people having the money are those in the financial institutions. And they themselves don't keep their money in Jamaica. So essentially, what they have done is to create a system where they consistently provide financial resources to financial institutions who in turn, even they make money, they don't keep the money in Jamaica. So there's no way that Jamaica is going to win from this current kind of economic strategy that we are currently using to move the country forward. It's impossible. It is impossible. Even Mayor Bridget mentioned about mining and the cess and all them things they know. You see, the discussion surrounding mining, there's always been an illusion discussion. And let me give you an example of how foolish you can be some of the time. And we're not idiots enough, but we'll be foolish a lot of the time. When we were having a discussion around mining in the cockpit country, which should not have been a discussion. Remember, I know that 40% of all the water that Jamaica uses actually comes from out of the cockpit country. Jamaica water is actually ranking in the top 3 water globally. I mean, not just in the Caribbean, globally. In terms of what the water is, especially those coming out of the cockpit country. Water is a renewable resource. Bauxite is not a renewable resource. And we were willing to mine bauxite, destroy the water table, just to make a small amount of money, rather than actually mining water. I use the word deliberately because water is a resource. You know, if you think about the amount of money we could be generating by properly harvesting, bottling water and exporting water. I mean, that don't mean so much export, we're not supplying locally, but let us assume that we do the harvesting properly. You know, we start out with the distribution of water locally. But if you want to export something, you don't want to export dirt. You want to export water. Most of the wars that are being fought globally are being fought because of water. Water, bottled water in Jamaica and many of the Caribbean countries. Bottled water now, retail I'm speaking about. Retail bottled water costs more than gas in most Caribbean territories. And people will just go and check that out. You go on the street in Jamaica to buy one of those small bottles of water. It's between $100 and $150 for that small bottle of water. Now, a liter of gas in Jamaica is 200 and a little bit. Now, 2 of those bottles of water is not a liter. So, bottled water actually costs more than gas. I'm just saying that when we think about industries and mining, I don't think we do some proper cost-benefit analysis. And we do also look at what is going to give the highest rate of return on investment for the country over the long run. There are too many unknown. I mean, things that we do not know, that we do not know, that is impacting the decisions of these people when it comes to business and business development in Jamaica. And the majority of people across Jamaica, both local and in diaspora, do have the information. We just do have the information. And so we only can hear about some of these things when they make some pronouncements. And I find that in Jamaica, we have a habit of making pronouncements on the things that we are not really going to do in a serious way. And what we do, the things that we are serious about, them do it behind everybody's back. And when they reach 60 or 70%, them tell you about it. The example of that might be out by Goodyear. Just go online and just type in back that thing when Andrew was out there saying breaking ground for the out of the Goodyear Oval to create this major stopover area. And I use the word stopover because we must realize that the purpose of the Goodyear Oval now is to ensure that when Jamaica really becomes logistics space and the Kingston Harbour is filled, the only place you can stop is out by Central because it's the gateway into Jamaica. And then that harbour space now by Goodyear is the place where we're expecting persons to come out the ship and come onto the land. But when Andrew was breaking ground, Andrew actually said that they had already allocated the land 2 years prior to the groundbreaking. 2 years prior to the groundbreaking. That means that people in St. Thomas were not a part of that 2-year plan, you know. They never know that that was going to happen. And they are the ones that we expect would have been the primary beneficiaries. What is happening now in St. Thomas is that a lot of the lands have been bought up going into St. Thomas. And they didn't want to make those announcements because what will happen is that when people in St. Thomas know that, okay, St. Thomas is a gateway coming into the island. And if we're going to be a logistic space, it means that the lands out of St. Thomas is going to be extremely valuable. If people know that, and it was being considered and discussed, people would not be selling their land. So you keep people in ignorance. So you can trick them to sell the land. And then, after they have sold the land for the land, now you're coming to a major development. So many of those people from St. Thomas are going to end up being like squatters in St. Thomas, even though they actually come from St. Thomas. So they're not going to benefit. And this is the deception. And the Virgin mentioned about the neoliberalist mindset. That's exactly how conservative and neoliberalist persons operate. They believe that is a status quo, and those big capital can actually turn around the country. And there's no evidence nowhere in any developing nation where that neoliberalist kind of framework has ever worked. It will never, ever work. It will never work. So we need to stop living in that kind of illusion. And in reality, both political party, Andrew and Mark, seeing, and let me tell you up front why I stay, because I don't have a voter's ID in a Bridget, and that is deliberate now. Also, the fact is Rastafari. I mean, I don't have no voter's ID because my own research show that both political parties, I know the history of the parties, they are one and the same. The whole time a political party have a real problem with the next political party, they're not benefiting from the actions of the current government, or it is near to an election. But many of the strategies and the policies being pursued by the current government are continuations of policies and strategies that were implemented under the PNP government. So there has been a consistent exploitation of the Jamaican population by both governments over the last 70 years, but it has accelerated since the 1990s in particular. So after we have Michael doing what him doing in the 1970s to build out the social sector, and then Sarah coming in the 1980s, trying to build out the financial sector. We know all the things that happened during those times with external factors that impacted both kind of government. In reality, post-1990s, when the PNP came in, and when the PNP even lose and the JLP came in, they have been consistent in terms of their focus of totally liberalizing Jamaica, totally selling key areas of the country to private sector people, especially private sector people who are non-Jamaicans. They're totally committed to providing enormous forms of incentives for big businesses while not providing the same kind of incentives to small businesses. Both of them have also not engaged the diaspora in any meaningful way. We can have these talk shops, but we have not done that. I remember we were doing a lot of work in the diaspora. We're supposed to create what we call a diaspora registry to find out the kind of skill set of the diaspora. At a point in time, some youth are fire black in the government, you know. Arnold Brown's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They don't put aside no money to support the registry. They don't put aside no money to support the registry. So all of them two-step people are bridging is us chatting. In reality, what the research has shown is that the only cohort of people who are consistently committed to Jamaica's development has been the people in the diaspora. I'm not asking that in the bridging. I say to anybody, the only set of people who have consistently commit to Jamaica's development, rain or shine, whether I like that Europe place, I come to cola bite you over there, so you're still lining up. You people still lining up to send money to Jamaica.
True.
While we out here lining up to thief as much money as we can thief out of the country. And that is why no government will meaningfully allow the diaspora to have any big say in Jamaica's development. Because of the objectivity, I remember you have people in the diaspora who still pro-PNP and pro-JLP, you know.
True.
But there's still a greater amount of objectivity. Because Jamaicans are Jamaicans. When you're outside of Jamaica, you don't know PNP, you don't know JLP. See? Your Jamaican people are Jamaican based on what I have seen. And so they have that commitment. But none of the state, none of the government. I ask some of them why we don't create a diaspora direct investment strategy like we have a foreign direct investment strategy. And these are people I go to school with them and tell us about FBI. I say, Bridget, you can't tell like that. We learn, say, we treat your family better how you treat strangers. What do you mean you have a foreign direct investment strategy? So from the mere fact that my brethren got tell me, say, you have a FDI and don't want to create a diaspora direct investment strategy. And we know that people in the diaspora are more likely that if they make money, more right will stay in Jamaica if a foreign man own the business.
True.
Because I'm going to go back to film country. So why we don't want to do that?
True. Let me stop you right there. So let me stop you right there, Dr. Knife, and say the diaspora registry that you talk about. I'm very familiar with it. They have the program called Mapping the Diaspora, where they like the skill set and them supposed to put in a database and try. And, yeah, because I think it was actually run out of UA. But here's what happened. What would I like you for though? Because you give you a vast amount of knowledge. I would have liked if you would please just give this. I know you went to George's, you grew up a jungle.
Oh, okay.
You come from Waterhouse. So Garrison. What would I like you for just give the people a sense of who is Dr. Kadamari Knife?
Okay, when you say it, I know I accepted there's no such thing as coincidence. So we're born and growing at the place that prepares us to do what we're doing now, just to serve the people. See? So born a Greenwich farm, I'm grow a jungle and went to St. George's College. I know we're going to George's, but I walk from jungle to George's. When I use them walking in nice, but from jungle to George's. So you walk through Alman Town and you walk through all these things and you're learning, you know, you learn and you're seeing. You know, when we leave George's now, we went to UE, live on the hall, Taylor Hall. That was a really nice, life-changing experience because as a youth who come from the Kingston, remember, say halls of residence were designed for people from rural communities. Seeing? But you have a virgin, Mr. Peter O'Sullivan, and the reason I say, boy, watch I know, you see all the things stay in the jungle now. Yeah, better be on the campus because I make a lot more things much, much easier. And people understand what I mean. You know? My one thing was that I really wanted to be on campus because I was working at the Sales Loan Bureau. And I look at the bureau now, my process some loans and things to some youths and find a lot of them living on campus. And I said, this makes sense. So I went and lived on Taylor Hall, and that's where I did first and second degrees in economics, you know, and then after doing economics for a while, I realized that this approach, the neoclassical approach towards economics, would not solve any problem for any people. Because in a neoclassical framework, which is a market-driven approach, we might use a trickle-down strategy. That has never worked and will never work, you know? And I'm saying to myself, how then do we develop models and things for our own country? Matter of fact, in the basic, what we call linear equation for the economy, number one thing is called an error term. And when I really deconstruct that equation, then put my people in the error term. And what them do is make an assumption that say over time and average the error term tend towards zero. So the error term do affect the farmer space, the economy. I mean, I say, but this is when people really do, and people understand this, you know. So I never come from jungle, Rima, Waterhouse, and all who don't at town who are eagle, and the people who make the music, and the people in the creative economy, and all of those spaces that are non-formal. They don't recognize the contribution that these people make. And that in itself was an illusion because I'm saying to myself, but the country has not grown for more than 30, 40 years. So the formal economy has not grown for 30, 40 years, but we see material advancement. Where is that material advancement coming from? Right. The material advancement was actually coming from the people who they would negate and say they don't have no impact on the economy. So if you think about it then, so you're there foreign in the diaspora, you're working. They're not really considering you're part of the farmer space, you know. And when you're doing good work or bad work, legal or illegal work, you send them to Jamaica. But as you send them to Jamaica, where it go? The first man who get money. Let's think about something which is bad. Like say, scamming a man and sell drugs. If a man sell drugs or a man scam and send money to Jamaica, which part him send it to? Him send it to a money transfer place. Who's the first man get money from it? From the same illegal money. The money transfer place. Mm-hmm. All the scamming, you know. It's them first for money tight, you know. Then when you get the money, you start to spend it. And it goes into their businesses, their formal businesses, and goes into them formal banks. So all of those things that we think is dirty money, it end up in the bank account of the people who cost the people them say it's dirty money. And even I listen to the news, and them say all these people are scammers. They don't trace by the money and say, okay, you know that this money transfer place like a Western Union or a MoneyGram, they had received this amount of fees to support these transfers. There's a state by those, but they don't do that either. You know? So anyway, so I went to Georges, went to UNACCOUNTED to the masters. You know, I get some upper scholarship and thing, and then I covered my PhD in sustainable development, where my focus was really on long-term dynamic strategic planning techniques like foresighting and scenario planning. And what I did was to review Jamaica's development experience from the 1960s to present to see what were the factors that lead to Jamaica being what I call the best worst case scenario. Best worst case scenario meaning that we are always best positioned to lead development. But for whatever reason, we end up not capitalizing in any big positive way on that kind of position that we're always placed in. See? And so when I done my PhD, I realized that in reality, governments are made up of two political parties who collude. And this happened in Jamaica, it happened in all the Caribbean spaces. All the people in politics come to the same institutions, especially UWI. And all of my friends, you will never find any of the man them who in government and politics going to prison because the judge them are my friend them too, and the lawyer them are my friend them too, and we met the law them. See? So in truth, there's a system that exists that supports and maintains what we see taking place in Jamaica. And just like some way you call the plantation economists had argued in the 1950s, that our people like Lightbest and them and Gervan, them say have destroyed the plantation system to make any meaningful change. There has been no effort by any political party and by any politician to disrupt that plantation system. Never. You know, so I think that's what I want to say about my own background, you know, I'm growing and the university and what I do. So what I do currently now is that I direct a center in the university, which is called the Center for Entrepreneurial Thinking and Practice. And directing the center means that we create a center and thing, you know, and our team tends to lead the research across the region in this area of MSME development and entrepreneurship. You know, so right, a lot of policies. I just wrote the last two policies of Jamaica in terms of the MSME policy in 2018 and the one we just did in 2024. So we do a lot of work and we have a nice team. And put it like that. And we have been working together as a team for more than 20 years. We were all a part of the Marcus Garvey movement on campus as well. So essentially, my liberty as Rastafari and the philosophies of Marcus Garvey, and I look for Caribbean people and African people to learn from. Our practices are grounded in that kind of Caribbean African reality, you know, in terms of we focus on our people. We're not trying to make any impression in Europe and America. Virgin I side people or press side people. No. I have no interest, no disrespect to no one, but I have no interest in those countries in the way that people talk about, we must try to get into that market. No. My focus is blinkered on Jamaica, Caribbean development, and by extension, Africa development. But I hold firm that if I cannot serve 3 million people in Jamaica, or I can serve my other 3 million people in the Jamaican diaspora, or I can serve my people in the Caribbean and the Caribbean diaspora, when am I going to try to serve people in Europe and America, Africa both? You have no more Jamaican people who can do that, see? So I'm not telling anyone not to do that, but I'm saying for my own personal thing.
Right.
My focus is on Jamaica and the Caribbean. I know guy from outside Jamaica and the Caribbean can't try. Make I people them try all 5, 10, 15 times. I'm comfortable with that. But that is what my blinkered focus is on. As a matter of fact, as them people who go to school, every Jamaican youth who go to university get an 80% scholarship. Even when I argue for 100% full scholarship, but I'm saying we get an 80% scholarship. So I know who we owe and who we are supposed to be serving. See? And we don't know how we have so much time to be focusing on other people and for them business. When we know so we have so much things to sort out in our own country and in the Caribbean, you know? So I have that kind of bias. People go, yeah, I go around, I have bias towards the people. See, I have bias towards the Caribbean. See? And no matter what one want to say, you can't convince I that Jamaican and Caribbean people cannot create a dynamic that is sustainable for development. It happens that the head of the organization, as the head of the government, have abandoned them Jamaicanness and them Caribbeanness and start to behave like the same Euro-American people who have enslaved them. And so we don't make decisions in the interest of our people, but in our own selfish self-interest. You let them teach us in economics.
Let me ask you a question there. Let me ask you a question. By the way, people, we are joined by none other than the illustrious attorney, Isaac Buchanan. Bless up, Isaac.
Yes, good night, all. Blessings.
Yeah.
Yes, I.
Let me run something by Dr. Knife. You said that you know in your space at the university you draft policies.
Yes.
But given and you're involved in entrepreneurship, but given the economy, and you know we talked about the economy already, and given the unemployment rate, given the trade deficit, given the fact that we can't account for certain funding when it comes
the consolidated fund.
Consolidated fund, right. Given all of that, how far do you see the policy going for help?
All right, let me tell you something here. Because we can write good policies, but I'll show you a simple handicap to those things. It's just a budget to implement the policy. So you can write this good policy and this good plan. But if the guy in the Ministry of Finance don't provide the financing to support the policy, it can't reach anywhere. And that has been the consistent. Hey, watch out now. You see, always a man can talk and can talk enough things. But you see, the resource allocation tells what the man them prioritized. You may show them, Virgin, this is what tell what them prioritize. And I have not seen anything to convince I that we prioritize micro, small, and medium enterprises as drivers of the Jamaican economy. Because when we write the policy, the minister said, boy, all right, now we have a good policy. Because if we can get the funds, so we are arguing that we know that more than 80% of all businesses in Jamaica are MSMEs. And that is across the Caribbean. UN say more than 90% of all businesses globally are MSMEs. And 80% of all jobs are made by MSMEs. In Jamaica and the Caribbean, we claim say about 50 to 60%. How do we know these things? And then they ask about if we can get the funds. So it tells you then, from the minister's question, if we can get the funds, it's not a priority because when a man prioritizes something, you put aside the money. Let me share an next example now, which is an illusion. At one point in time, about 2 years ago, we spent $47 billion with the Minister of National Security, no?
Yeah.
To deal with crime in Jamaica across communities. And let me tell you, something about crime, you have to be careful now. I want you to get the data from the JCF and break out that data, you know. Because Jamaica have over 775 communities, but you don't have 30 communities that are consistently involved in violent crime, like all your people are talking, you know. Just bear in mind, and bear in mind that imported bad food kill more people in Jamaica than gunshot, you know, than violent crime, you know. Just remember that. So lifestyle illnesses kill more people in Jamaica than gunshot, and we give people the license to bring in the things that kill Jamaican people in terms of food. See? So we spent $47 billion on the Minister of National Security. Now we have a Minister of Local Government that is supposed to build out communities that are safe and secure, as I mentioned in Vision 2030, that is goal number 2, Jamaican society is cohesive and just. That ministry is responsible for those things. How much do you think we give them of build community? $5.8 billion. No, so you, the institution that's supposed to build community, say you have safety and security, you don't give them no money. But you rather spend $47 billion fighting crime. Suppose you had reserved you had reverse allocation, where mere money is being allocated to support community development. Would you need to spend so much money on dealing with crime and violence? The answer would be no. We are willing to spend $1.5 million to keep a youth in prison at GP, which is the same cost for sending a youth at you in terms of the full economic costs. But we are not willing to spend $500,000 a youth in primary school to ensure they don't end up getting into GP.
Right.
So you have to start, you see, that's why some people think people are conspiracy theorists, you know. Can you have to start wondering now? Because when you tell me you want to build a new prison, I mean, no, say a prison is not made to keep empty. You have to plan for full of the prison of life. Is that a good thing? If you build a prison for all 5,000 people, I only have 2,000 prisoners in it. It's a bad economic decision.
Right.
Your objective is to keep 5,000 people at the prison. You know? So when you're giving in prison, you're planning to people are going to go to prison. The other man say, I have a health strategy, I'm going to build more hospital. Your health strategy can't be around building more hospital because the sick people go to hospital. That's not a health strategy. Your health strategy must be to keep people outside of hospital, which means you're probably focused on agriculture. Since you know there's good food to make people not get sick. The point I'm making is that we can get make a lot of statements about what we're doing in terms of our planning. When you go down and drill down and see where the fire expenditure is, then you can know what the strategy is really about.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah, people have to deconstruct things, break it down. Because anybody can talk and talk these fancy talking and things still. But where you put the budget is an indicator of what you're serious about. If you don't allocate the money to do it, and so to get back to your question that you asked, there is no seriousness I find in the country about moving businesses forward that are controlled by the general Jamaican public. No seriousness. So no matter how nice the policy that I have written, if the minister does not provide the finance to the Ministry of Industries and Commerce so they can implement the policy, it is going nowhere. And that has been the challenge. So PIOJ can plan all they want to plan. That is Henry my Virgin them. They can plan. We can write all the documents them. You know what they have to do now? Rattigan, when they write the policy, my Virgin say, boy, knife, we're going to write some of these activities as projects, you know. We have to projectize them. What we have to projectize them? Because they're not getting money from the Ministry of Finance, so we're going to write projects now. And say if I can get funding from international donor partners like an IDB or an EU or USAID, so they can finance implementing certain programs and projects that are part of the policy. Suppose I give a guy from outside Jamaica for that. But you're forcing even people in the ministry now to re-strategize, to say, how can we get the funding? And it's not about this policy, you know. Every other policy. So you talk about the culture and creative industry policy. You have to say, oh, you get money from the IDB to support the orange economy. If you're talking about climate-related policies, you have to say, oh, you get money from the CDB or the ICR or somewhere else to finance. Why are we not seeing where we're getting the money from our local government space to finance these things that are good for Jamaica? So the guy not serious Rattigan, man. They're not serious virgin. I showed you that, you know?
Right. Hold on a second. Let me bring in the panelists here. We have Isat, we have Kevin, we have Jamaics, and we have Dervin. And with that segment on youths and how the future of Jamaica. And I think this is a nice segue for bring them in for make them really talk to you now about entrepreneurship. You know, where do we go in terms of finding jobs, developing industries, producing things for people in Jamaica, particularly young people? Dervin, you want to take a stab at this?
Yeah, man. First of all, I want to say, at my home there, Gloriam. Brethren, bless up night.
Yes, I
bless up night.
Yeah, my brother. See
you've been very vocal about the economy and things relating to the economy and entrepreneurship. How much of this have you taken to the government itself and the ministries?
Yeah, man, I'm going to tell you, know, as a matter of, you probably don't know, so also design CAPE in entrepreneurship. I was the chief with for a while. I tell you, Virgin, we have been doing so much work in this country on this thing of MSME and entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship. Actually, have legislations being passed. We created this called Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. We have created so much indices and tools. Let me tell you, see, the problem is not with the institutions, I mean, maybe because I work with the entire ecosystem. Again, the problem is outside the head of the stream. So, for example, you have like a Jamaica Businessmen Corporation, who is the primary institution to build out from concept to market. We argue say have over 400,000 MSMEs. Some research came out and said that. Now, if you think about the current capacity of a JBDC, if you're going to build the capacity of so many MSMEs, how are you going to do it? You know, all the institutions that was building the capacity are under-resourced. Everyone is under-resourced, you know. So note, you know, it's not end of the leadership. It's not of the people in there with the skill set and the commitment either. But they can't get a man basket to carry water. So we are consistently engaged with the government. But remember, the government is big. It's the ministers, and one minister in particular I'm talking about now, you know. Because I know so many ministers. But the key minister is the Minister of Finance. And the Minister of Finance and the people around him, I'm not talking about the ministry, I'm talking the people in the big private sector who you don't know, who the Minister of Finance are sitting down and talk when I drink devil soup with and I discuss what going on in our country. If those people don't buy in to say that we must support this, and it will never get support. Let me give you an example. We are currently called a special economic zone area. And under the SEZA, the agreement is that we are going to invite people who are going to export-oriented to establish businesses in these SEZAs. And when you have the SEZA, you won't have to pay certain duties in terms of things they are bringing as inputs. You don't have to pay a certain kind of profit tax to the state. You have all kind of benefits, which I think is good. But those are directed at foreign direct investment, and I said to myself, so how do something like this to the people in Jamaica who control MSMEs? You know, you have interest and agreements, you know, that support the SEZA. But I'm saying, you recognize that providing incentives for businesses is important for them to come in and to grow. Why not doing it for everybody across the board? Why is certain guy alone you're doing it for? And it's people like yourself sitting and making decisions. I'm going to say people like myself because people like myself and Bridget move go campus and we're up on campus and we're in a government and we have made decisions. And we're making bad decisions. Decisions that support non-Jamaicans and not the ones that support our Jamaican people. So sometimes when we say the government, we have to be careful because you can't catch Squawk, so catch him shot. So the man in your government, a man says, all right, the Minister of Finance are the foolishness. The people in the Minister of Finance are some good people. But the Minister of Finance don't sign off on it, nothing can happen. The people in the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Industry, and all those places are good, bright people. But they're not the ones who have the final say. It is still the minister who have the final say. And this is what happens sometimes, that in many cases, many of the ministers are not necessarily that competent in the area that they have oversight over the ministry, and they refuse to listen to the people who work in those ministries as well. And what they have done, deliberately, is to put many of these people who work in ministries on contracts. So if a man decides, no, Bridget, I don't like what this minister doing, I'm going to talk against it.
Cut the contract.
I don't have no work.
Exactly. So they have a choice but to go along with.
Time I show you, I'm just holding it on the ball and say nothing. See, and then I see him now as a Bridget, I'm going to start, but my Bridget call me and say, fire, you work now in the ministry, I'm not here saying nothing to the minister. Not knowing, say, it's probably 6 months left for them contract, I'm contract already, you know, and if over female, they would have lose on them contract and do have no work. So that's what they have done to many people. So them use that as a way of just locking down the people. So people do that, and that is what this sort of frustration in the public sector. A lot of those workers are frustrated because they know what are the solutions. And sometimes even if they go provide a solution, them take so long to act upon it that the window of opportunity has gone. So the solution is no longer viable. You know, so it's madness. We have done some government here, Virgin, but again, the minister, the key ministers, them focus, and I say to anybody, I've never seen a minister of finance in Jamaica over the last 30, 40 years, which has prioritized the Jamaican people as drivers of the Jamaican economy. None. Across both PNP and GLP. None. I tell you, for you, I say it as a researcher, I'm the one who will lead research regionally. Any guy out there can tell you about any. And the worst one out of them, I say it quite categorically and clearly, would have been Omar Davis. I say it for people, I say it, it's because it's not your brain, you know. I talk about attitude, which is what led to the gas riots in the 1990s, which I was actually a student then and on this Moses committee. People riot in Jamaica not because gas prices go up, you know. People riot in Jamaica because of Omar attitude towards the people. Similar to how this Virginia was the last Minister of Finance. One of the things from the people. When me and Nigel Clark. So Nigel came out as a youth who presented information, seemed prepared. And you know, like you want to use your brain now to trick people. You know, and yeah, man, that's what him do. That's what him do. And Jamaican people don't like that. Jamaican people like bright people, but you know, like people who can use their brain and go around them. And so I find now, because some of us pass more exam than other people now, we feel like we have a monopoly upon knowledge. And we can say and talk to people how we like. But I'm telling you something, you see, it's just because Jamaican people are some special people, you know. That's why this country and mash up it, you know. Because them guys that go on some things that if Jamaican people are being like, oh, no, we stay genetically, them disappear from the face of earth a long time.
Yeah.
I tell you that.
Well, let me pass the mic around to Dervin and then Jamaica's. Dervin.
Hey, if you can turn around and face the light, since the light behind you, it's dark on your face.
Yeah. We can't see it. Nice, no man.
See there. See there.
Yeah, man.
Dervin.
Greetings, Dr. Knight.
Like knife on fire.
I agree with everything that you have stated 100%. Everything that you have stated. I have said some of those things from time to time on Mr. Rattigan show, but thankfully you have come on and just dash it on everybody, make them understand. And it is very refreshing. As it relates to youth employment, there's someone who I know, I don't want to go into too much detail. That person had a very good idea that would revolutionize a certain sector in Jamaica. And that person was bombarded by certain powerful persons, especially in the politics, wanting to get that person's business idea. And it's not a matter of young people not wanting to start a business, because you have some snakes in our society. A lot of Jamaicans have a lot of bright people, and unfortunately some of them are in the grave. But this particular person has that revolutionary idea and was hounded by these powerful persons wanting that idea for them to run it for them business and for themselves and their family to live. This is the type of malady many young people have to encounter in Jamaica. Some even give them ideas to, I heard of a case, no offense to the JBDC, I heard of a very good case of somebody presenting that idea, a certain idea that they had for a very good business. And unfortunately, that idea was stolen and given to certain powerful person in society, and then start up them business and then run with it. You understand?
Yeah.
And there are many more, but I'm just giving you those two examples. Jamaicans, many young people in Jamaica have ideas, but many of them are afraid because these very same powerful people up there are the living thieves and criminals.
I remember, I know a youth in this time and I have no social capital, and no economic capital. So if I have an idea, him can present it, but it's true, not the capital for move it now. That's what them use and stick up the youth them.
Right.
See? So and so a man can take an idea and run with it. And let me tell you what is deciding about this thing here, because you need to understand generations. We have these set of youth who call Generation Z, the I generation, see? And well, there's literally suggesting that they are the most entrepreneurial-minded youths you have ever seen. Very innovative, very creative. And let me tell you what is the wickedness now. These youths are youths who are born in a time where you have full access to information, very digitized platform. And therefore, when you talk about markets and global markets, you talk about global market spaces. See? So here's a youth who come with a big global idea, you know. Viable. You have everything. You help him below the concept and the proposition, etc. But now the business is ready for move now. You don't have a system that allows the youth to actually collect money for him sell him goods overseas, you know. Note what I'm saying, you know. We put all the structures in place. Him having business plan, him having product, him have all these things, him have the marketing. But when focus on sell the product overseas to a guy in Russia, and collect him money now. There's no system in Jamaica, nor the Caribbean, that allows ease of that form of transaction. I mean, I talk about that thing where we are talking about digital literacy and digital poverty and all those things. Or we use the digitalized space now to further create gaps between the rich and the poor, while making it look like you present an opportunity to the youth and not actually doing that.
Right.
You understand what I say? So we have encouraged them enough. Right now, when we look at research, since we put in Cape in entrepreneurship, more than 30,000 youth across the Caribbean have gone through Cape in entrepreneurship. And when I look at the program that I designed at UA, it's more than thousands of youth have gone through it, so that they have been exposed to. What are we preparing them to do? If a Barbados is out of the ease of doing business in Barbados like 120 to 170, this is Barbados matter about now. It is easier to do business in Gaza Strip than to do business in Barbados. Based on the ease of doing business. Jamaica have the same challenge with the ease of doing business. So we have freedom capacity, we have boots and entrepreneurs, but the preconditions and the platform to allow them to do business, we're not supporting it.
But remember, you know, Dr. Knife, we have to take into consideration the impact of colonialism and slavery. Remember back in the slavery times, you know, only Bakra master could have run plantation, you know. And today we have our own Bakra masters in the form of the members of the private sector. Right?
Yes.
And so the same principle in slavery is being repeated now. History is repeating itself. We have the moneyed class who wants to monopolize on all the economic revenues and the economic generators in the Jamaican society. So they will work or collude with the politicians, I just say, to create these laws and policies that would suit them. I remember recently, I think the government had some small business incubator thing. Yes. And you're supposed to have this idea and some amount of money. I don't remember the amount of money. It was huge amounts in order for you to qualify. But you know, say enough of the people them who have the ideas, they don't have them bag of money there. So you know, say that sequester a whole heap from that aspect of it.
What they will do as well too.
Let me stop right there. So let me just follow up with it and then more Jamaics jump in. More Dr. Knife answer. You see the point you just raised, Dervin, about having the idea but not having the funding. Dr. Knife, why you address that in terms of the marijuana industry?
Yes.
All right, that's a next big discussion. But let me just point this out though, that what they do sometime too, availability of funds don't necessarily mean accessibility of funds either. Yes, I mean, some man can put out a thing and say, all right, we'll put $1 billion in a DBJ on our program. And there are many programs in Jamaica like that. But then a brethren who run a small business now in terms of accessibility, just putting together the proposals and some other kind of free conditions, them don't have it. See, some man can set a system, them know say you not qualify for it, but you can't never set a system.
Right.
And that kind of the devious behavior. Well, we don't like. No, the ganja industry itself, you know, I tell you, so the ganja industry, long before we started, we were going around the Caribbean, we what was called business model presentations. And when they started, I asked them, what is the business model for the ganja industry in Jamaica? There was no business model. So, over the last 10 years, I will safely argue that Jamaica has really done nothing at all to move that industry forward. If you're going to build out an industry, I have something we call an infant industry argument. Seeing? And in an infant industry, what you do is put in place incentives to grow the industry. So you don't put on these fees that you say we're charging, and you don't make it expensive to put in to import the inputs, etc. Would have created like waive those duties and all those things. Anything related to the industry would have waived. Similar to what we do in the tourism industry. In the tourism in the 1980s, we created a tourism act, which says that anybody who wants to establish a tourism entity in Jamaica can take in all these things without paying duties and customs. You don't have to pay certain taxes and profits. All those things are being done up until recently, about a couple of years ago. So why we never the same approach towards the ganja industry? Why we don't do that? It's because the ganja industry itself would have been controlled by grassroots, non-status quo people. And that is just the reality. Them can't give no explanation as to why we have not done or create the kind of incentives that we usually offer to any other farmer business area. Matter of fact, a ganja farmer He's not qualified as a farmer, you know. We're on the radar. After tourism could actually get access to certain incentives, you know. Like you can carry an irrigation system at certain concession, you can carry a truck, you can carry. That is not the case either. So there's no seriousness. And I said I took a different program for a reason about these things, yeah? Yeah, there's no seriousness about the ganja industry. They thought they could have hijacked the ganja industry, them and them friend them. But it's true, them not ganja people. So I understand the ganja is not like when you plant cabbage and when you plant tomato and them thing there, you know. It's a different thing. And you can't try to build an industry that already exists. What you want to do now is to standardize, regularize, and eventually formalize the operations. But you can't come go and say, create an industry right now and totally disregard what existed. And so that is where the challenge is. You know, when I argue simply, they can't sit down and drink rum and I decide we'll go on a ganja. It's as simple as that. What I'm saying is that a headspace is a very different space from where the industry is. I say you can't really work it out. You know, and I'm not seeing it being worked out. You know, it might sound weird and almost political. But you probably have a change in the government feed work out. And why would I say a change in government? I mean, I push no PNP, JLP thing now, you know. Whereas the attitude towards things important. And in reality, if we're honest, you have to be very honest with yourself. When we start about setting up the ganja industry, the first youth in politics to start about the setting up the ganja industry was Raymond Price. And ex-judges youth that took. Seeing Raymond Price, and then the one who drove it would have been a Mark Golding. You know? But then, if you probably know the personality of a Mark Golding, that youth who love music and love ball and you hurt people, you can see why he might have a passion and he always need a champion. You understand what I say? We don't know, you can't identify anybody now in government who's a champion for the ganja industry. You check it out. Just as how you know it's like a Babsy Grange is a champion for the general creative industry, or you might have Bartlett now in the tourism so long, so in face is synonymous with tourism. Tell me who in government you can identify and say, you know, says this man here driving ganja or driving agriculture in general. You can't find anybody like that. That's why I'm saying it might take a shift or a change in the government to see if you have a bridge in the merge now in the government who's going to champion ganja and by extension agriculture.
All right. Let me move on to Jamaica, because Jamaica with patient and we have Isat want to ask a question. Jamaica,
Yes.
good night.
Sir Knife, greetings to you. It's truly
Give thanks.
It's truly a blessing to be in the presence of the man. I have been always a great admirer of you. The way how you bring across a knowledge, it's so consumable. And Jamaica is blessed to have somebody like you. Also, right there, Isaac Buchanan, blessings to you. Big up, man. You're a real inspiration as well. And you are the one gonna make me pursue law. Yeah? As Ellen Keller said, the worst thing than being born blind is to have sight but no vision.
Yes,
and that has been what have been happening in Jamaica. And a man like you, when you come and give so much wealth of knowledge, this is vision. And trust me, there are many Jamaicans listening, and we're going to bridge that gap. Because as you said in one of your YouTube videos, we are in the aquatic era of life where knowledge is at our fingertip. So we have to use it. And when we use the knowledge, this is how we can be productive, right? I just want to quickly, my little son is 8 years old. He's in the next room right now. He
Alpha
just
generation.
subscribed to Reasoning with Rattigan. Yeah,
Yes.
and he's listening to it right now. And I want to share what he said to me the other day. I was washing his hair. Yesterday or the day before, either one. He said, $1 million or 1 million friends. And I thought about it, 8 years old. And he said, 1 million friends, because you can ask those 1 million friends for $1 and you have $1 million. And then you start an ice cream shop and you sell the ice cream for $10. And then he said to me, Daddy, how much zeros is in a million? And I said 6. And he said, how many zeros is in a billion? I said 9. So he said, start writing down in his hand. And he said, Daddy, you bring over 10. And I said, yeah. So how much you're going to have? He said, 10 million.
Yeah.
And then he flipped it again and said to me, he said, 10 friends are one Lamborghini. And I said, 10 friends. He said, no, one Lamborghini. You can sell that Lamborghini and get a lot more money. And you can also be around good, rich people, so you can get more ideas from them. 8 years old. I'm just saying that I'm confirming what you said, that we are in an era where knowledge is at our fingertips. And it is about how we continue to give that knowledge. And I love that you speak about entrepreneurship. And this is the only thing that can drive our economy forward. And also the very, very important thing that you said, our diaspora members, they are the ones that have, our family, they are the ones that have been supporting our economy from way back when. Consistently, without taking a day off, even in
during COVID, you know. During COVID, you know, as a diaspora funds increase in Jamaica, though.
Yes, man. But ironically, what we do is to dress up, beat drum, and sing for the tourists and harass our diaspora members. So that mindset needs to change. So you in this space, trust me, man, a beautiful light to say that time come for people start have more businesses. So the Prime Minister said, jobs, jobs, jobs. And we say no. We say entrepreneurs. And
Rattigan, you say earlier in the discussion, people say how you have them say employment going up, but the same people are some wicked people, you know. I mean, no, I can't tell you what now. A man create 1 million jobs below minimum wage. You see? And fee say you really improve people quality of life.
Right.
That don't mean say you don't create 1 million jobs, but you create 1 million jobs where the man is already poor, him just less poor. And that don't mean say him have an income now that can really meaningfully transform the lives and family and everything there. And the man him going around talking about these things. That's the whole illusion of numbers, you know. You know, they may say if your statistics lies and lies and lies, because you can use statistics to tell lies. And the 1 million job that you're creating, is that a job that you'll give your son or your daughter?
True.
So you want to give my son or my daughter that work, but you don't want to give your son or your daughter that work. But you're saying that you have created 1 million jobs. And this is a part of the intellectual hypocrisy and dishonesty we have. And then even some area within the university for you can say true enough away. I feel like they want to be a consultant to a government or a thing. We don't have to tell them about foolishness and understanding about it. I mean, we have an econ department, you know, and we're not saying much. I say one of the brightest youth right now, we don't know though, the brightest economic mind. And let me tell you, and again, I don't know politics, but I know all of them and them. The brightest econ mind right now in the region, which most of them I don't know, is Andre Harney, you know.
We know. But do you know? We know.
You know, Andre Harden. You know, Andre Harden is a IMF fellow in the Caribbean, though.
Hallelujah. Yeah, we know, man.
That means when the IMF coming to Jamaica, I'm going to see them, because I'm not going to brother off of the Harlem thing. When the IMF is coming to Jamaica, it sees them seek advice from in terms of what they should be doing, you know. When we're having these regional conferences, there's Andre Harden, those conferences, but talk about what we get done, you know. And I'm saying that you, amongst INF and the campus for years, the world on campus for years, seeing that later come from Salem and matter about how politics is. Seeing? And I'm saying that the government, Andre actually, for Andre's book, when Siaga was alive and writing his book, Andre was the one who was the research assistant to Edward Siaga. If you look at the first book that Andre has written, is Siaga write the foreword in that first book. And I'm saying that youth is in Jamaica as the IMF fellow. And the Jamaican government was never asking that youth for any form of advice.
Because of the
politics now. No, and that was long before, it's more recent. When Andrew tells him I'm going to politics, I cry, come and say, boy, knife. The man might kill off him, brother, my same, and him now. I hope a network will value them. The man literally crying, tears are coming out of his eyes. Because I say, I kill off him, I say him, and I have no solution, and I have no idea. So that's why I'm going to politics, because politics him like. I tell you, I know the whole of them not politics like that. I'm looking at them. So when you see it, I say, we don't appreciate the people in brain bridging. And that's why we have so many challenges. The people you are taking advice from, taking advice from this youth, and you weren't will take advice from him.
Exactly.
I couldn't
They're
make no
taking
sense.
advice from people who are
Yeah,
supreme dunces.
I know. No, Nigel Clark gone to the IMF, and we applaud it. But the man who the IMF was asking for advice, we were not applauding when he's in Jamaica. I'm still in Jamaica. That's when Nigel coming to Jamaica again as an IMF representative. Him have got meet with Andre Hartner as well. Because I'm an IMF fellow. Come here, I show you the hypocrisy, the intellectual hypocrisy that takes place in the country, and people would not know these things.
Exactly.
All right. I want to try this on bringing ice at the
yes.
Fire. Ice at.
It's years, Dr. Knight. It's years, Dr. Knight beating me up, and I don't even know what to say. He's right. He's right. I agree with everything. But good night. Good night, all.
Yes, brother. Give thanks.
Yeah, man. Two things. You raised the issue of the I want to say the
Oh God.
Go on again.
We're not hearing you.
Jamaica hasn't crossed the legalization.
Start over.
That's a big stumbling block.
Them not hear me. I
think so.
Original farmers and producers. And I'm going to say this, and no, this is not a political. You're not hearing me?
No.
Well, on.
You can't hear me. You can't hear me.
Nobody hear me?
Yeah, you can start all over again.
Oh,
because
wow. Hold on.
Yeah.
This thing.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Take a cup.
Yeah, you are. Boy, you have been a rapture. You have to come forward. You know, so you can't. This is just what them call this.
This is just the beginning.
Appetizer. Yeah.
Yeah. But we can always reason, man. I said I was speak about this ganja thing.
Come back.
Go ahead. Yeah. I was saying that we haven't crossed the threshold of legalization, and so in terms of seeing the economic power, but access to, I always said the ordinary people. I was saying that this is not a political hit, but there is a history when it comes to Rastafarian and the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes, true, man.
That will always be a problem, and so other places in the world, the United States, ironically, after giving out exorbitant sentences to persons who used to traffic ganja, it's now legalized and in the hands of Bill Gates. Albeit the Marlies have a farm, so maybe that's a concession. But in looking at it, we in Jamaica, we do have Epicon at Marketplace and a couple other people, you know, but they just like farming and agriculture. The man on the ground is not given access to be his own boss.
Exactly.
It's the same with the ganja. They say, well, they treat it like a gun license.
Yeah.
It's only the creme de la creme have access and the ability. So Jamaica has that problem. It's the animal farm problem. So when you speak, it's true. It is the animal farm problem.
Yes, I am.
You raise Dr. Horton just now, and one wonders why he's not sitting in Parliament already. But that change is coming. But in terms of the advancement of the people, I mean, when we speak of I'm educated, so I feel a little bit privileged and to be a part of the creme de la creme when it comes to education in Jamaica. But why is it that the educators sit silent and allow persons with low aptitude to put out press release and deceive the public? We are in an economical crisis in Jamaica, and they're using numbers as far as human beings at 0.5 and 0.3 and 0.2, you know, outside of the reality. And I mean, I just wanted you to kind of put some of that into context, because call centers cannot do it. Security jobs cannot do it. Yes.
I'm not in your free zone.
Exactly.
Those are in their free zones. Cheap, the labor with people them.
You mean more like a sugar plantation?
But it's just a free zone. But cheap people labor. to make it attractive to foreign direct investors and our local investors. And no people, nobody really benefit. Same thing in the tourism. You see what demonstration take place in the tourism. We have a habit of cheapening with labor.
Turn it into a modern day sweatshop.
Yes, sorry, Isaac, but continue, please. When it was wickedness, man.
No, I just want you to put it into perspective because I'm not an economist and I'm really bad at math, but there is a magic number when it comes to the economical standards of humanity. That's what I'm coining that. Where are we supposed to be in Jamaica? Because you're sending people to work, but they're working to just come to work. They can never. They're on the hamster wheel, and they can never find their real footing in that environment. So what should we be teaching the youth? I'm not even talking the regular people anymore.
Yeah.
The future of our country. What do we want for them in terms of get the use of education and how we should be educating them. In Jamaica, our young children, they play church, they play hopscotch, other places in the world, they're thinking about going to the moon, Mars.
Coding and robotics.
Yeah, robotics, creating and inventing. So I think there's a breakdown between education and how we allocate resources. I wasn't here for everything you said, but I think there's a gap there.
Let me show you something I start when I check. See, recently I talked to people more about what I call digital poverty and digital literacy. See? And when I was thinking about entrepreneurship, I said to them, so Virgin, do you know the group of youths who are most entrepreneurial literate, financial literate, and digital literate? Those are the youths who are involved in scamming. This is what I say. And it's not that someone else has said with my own Bible, but I say the group of youths in Jamaica and the Caribbean who are most entrepreneurship literate, financial literate, and digital literate are the youths who are involved in scamming. No, there is no special DNA about the youths who are involved in scamming. Them come from the same generation of youths. But because the nature of their day-to-day engagement requires that kind of literacy, them teach themselves, they're not going to a university, you know. So it tells us that they don't have the capacity to absorb and use information. Why is it now? Which is what Isaac is asking now. Why is that we are not preparing the youths in those areas? Why our programs are not like that? Why?
Sure, I'm running for MP and he has his show that
Doc, I think some of the universities are doing
when you see me around cartel, gonna come.
UTech has been doing it.
Yeah, man, I know how the tertiary level doing that, man. I know. So how about that?
I don't know if you remember an incident that happened at UTech. A UTech student siphoned off how much millions worth of digital credit.
Yes, but it happened. Right? But remember, many of these youths who are in this scamming, well, I know you have people who go to university who are part of those, but I'm saying a lot of these youths who are involved in those activities are not youths who are tertiary students and tertiary graduates. They are learning these things while in the street, while we are trying to expose them at the tertiary institution, which is less than 2% of the population coming to UA. Since I'm saying the sharps of the brain of these youths are phenomenal, but we are not preparing them. So in South Korea, they were saying that the youths at basic school were learning coding. As like how we learn ABC, which I said, show it to me against the Virgin. Why are we not having our youths learning the coding? Why are we not learning the robotics?
But Doc, remember China do the same thing too.
All right.
And that is why I said I spoke to certain persons, especially some of my professors at the same UA concerning that. And I said the government needs to approach the Chinese seriously, because there is something about the Chinese, the way how they deliver education. I believe that we could take some part of it and infuse it into our local context. I've been doing research on the Chinese, and I'm saying, for God's sakes, why these people can't open them big head and say, let us go speak to our friends, the Chinese, right?
But do you know what's happening though? Because again, it's the digital divide, and I said this is something you probably have to go jump on and question with them people. The digital divide is going to widen because check it now.
Exactly.
I am able to, a simple thing might be like access to the internet consistently. So I can have a phone where I can put a plan on my phone where you them not depend on no phone credit. So you have consistent access. Now the person who can't do that with film channel, when I use the phone, I have to buy $100 credit, $100 this. Each time you have no credit is a break in him access to information. Think about traditional against non-traditional schools. Think about different communities and see what is going to happen right there. So, and as things becomes more digitized, what is going to happen against urban and rural spaces? So, we see it happen in terms of regular school now with extra class, you know. The youth who do well in CX is not bright and brighter, and next year, now just a same parents can pay for extra class. And so him get the go through the test of them more regularly. So it's in front of mind. The same thing is happening now. And so if we know about that national policy whereby we're transforming the educational sector by digitizing the entire process so everybody can have equal access to, it is going to be worse. It is going to be worse. You know, I'm thinking this is what I said I bring out, you know, in terms of how we deal with youths, how the education, and digital platforms are going to be discriminatory.
And Doc,
no, but I want to interject here. I'm glad you said that. I'm in Portland Eastern now, and Rattigan can tell you this. My mission is the tablet drives. I don't see how you can have children in school and they don't have a tablet.
Exactly.
You cannot learn in this space without having a tablet. And so you deal with the electronic device, and then you deal with the access to internet.
Yeah,
and then the world, then you have equal opportunities for people who have higher intellect to excel. Because our education system, for some reason, it regrets. I'm proud to say that I probably was the dumbest child in school. But at the end, you had to take common entrance, and they had no problem making you fail 3-4 times before you go high school. No dumb spot was going to enter high school unless you pass common entrance. And so there was a repetition mechanism that was there. I don't know what happened to the education system, because you used to could drop the average Jamaican student into with the lowest level of education anywhere. Pick Haile Selassie School and drop him into America, and he's the brightest child. He excels so fast, and we have regressed. So I hear you, Duran, when you say about borrowing the Chinese model, but this is where I'm going to defend the 96.7% of the Afro-Jamaicans. You're bright. You are the creators. The education system is what is holding back, because we are restricting imagination, thoughts, ideas, and you won't get to that unless you go to a tertiary institution such as UA, where they tell you from day one, go and get your past papers so you start repetition. That's not being done to as small as preschool, pre-education, and it's a lot. But the digital divide is what we are missing in a modern society. And we have to give it access.
It is deliberate nice, because when you hear the guy, they must say, oh, we're going to digitize all of these things, including financial transactions and all those things. No, you can't bring in a digital age when you don't have consistent electricity. And electricity is a key determinant of whether you access. And the electricity cost is so hard. So a man, it's like a man a stick up now, and the man have a stick with that one anymore, the man a stick up with him finger, you know. Him and him friends stick up with a wine glass and him finger, because everything is on a digital platform. And so he can sit and create poverty instantaneously by just pressing a button on a computer. And that's what we are doing. Because what we have done is to make some people have access and some don't have access. And the consistency in the access is what is going to be very crucial. You know, if people just go back and look at COVID, so during COVID, our teachers are used to creating lesson plans for a class, anticipating that you might have a knife or an ice in the class who chat so much. That's why we disturb the class. And so you spend 20 minutes out of the class, I try to tell myself, boy, I have to keep quiet in the class. See? And so when COVID came in, that kind of face-to-face situation, the lesson plan was completed in 30 minutes and the teacher don't know what for the next half an hour. Because the youth, the capacity of the youth to absorb information now is phenomenally high. We were socialized in an analog period, analog brain. These youths are socialized in a digital period with a digital brain. The speed at which information moves is phenomenally fast. And so we are still trying to play catch up with these youth brain. And rather than establish an education system that allows these youths to manifest the creativity and the innovativeness that Isa just talked about. We tell you the same talk too much. Actually, same of a disease like an ADD, whatever they want to call it nowadays, and things still. Not realize that many of these youths are suffering from information deficiency. So by the time the teacher provides a lesson, he has computed that and process it. He is now looking for other things to learn. And you say it's trouble in giving. And we actually adapt these same ideas from Europe and America about these youths have brain problem. The brain problem is lack of information to process.
Well,
or it could be a lack of stimulation of the brain instead, because you do have students who are extremely brilliant, and whatever the teacher gives them is just below par. So they need further challenging concepts to challenge their brains. So,
and that is why these same youths will go into madness, and we cannot figure it out. And every time we create a program, I think people understand say numeracy and literacy is not an indication of acumen. So the youths have done well in terms of exams in maths and English. But in the exam of badness, you can challenge them. And every time you create a plan, them create a counter plan that you have to spend billions of dollars to try to figure out. It tells about the brain. The same brain that is used to do good, the same brain that is used to do bad. So what if we could really, as I said, say no, give you them the resources? Is that when I go to jungle now? I was not an engineer because I have a plane engine for pull down. If I pull on my mother blender, I get all beaten. But if I find a rusty gun and I set it up now, I don't get a beaten. If I know, I find the rusty gun. So we can become experts at deconstructing guns, but we can't deconstruct an engine. What if I was exposed to the engine?
Right.
If I was exposed to the engine, yes, it's the same brain.
You see the issue with that now, Knife? You're talking about changing a nation. You're talking about starting at ground level to encourage and grow individual thinkers and innovators. That doesn't work with our political economy. Because our current political economy requires people to be sheeple.
Yeah.
So if we're going to go that route, which is one that I thoroughly support, then the people that are running the thing have to go or change. One of them have to happen.
Well, the reality is, I think of youths who know enter in politics and good at ISAT on, which is you must have about couple entrance, say probably the same generation, or probably some generation X people who in a kind of transition. But you see, the philosophy, you're right. The philosophy in the structure itself is what has to shift. Because I think say have the Britain them, you have enough Britain right now in there who have the kind of mindset, have the competence. But everything of tradition and leaders. The head of the stream are going to be crucial. The head of the stream is going to be crucial. And so if the team leader is driving a certain kind of thing, yes, and you have a critical mass of youth like I at them, whichever team them in, supporting him, the transformation can take place. But the team leadership is very, very important, especially in the Jamaican politics, because in the Jamaican politics, the team leader have the power to hire and fire. Them can make prescriptions that people will adopt. So suppose they give me the right prescription. I say, what I said? It's like how the I no legal system and there is a youth and things still. You have certain experiences. We have to start a program now where we're going to target certain kind of youth. Because some of it, I'm telling you, it's not everybody can do certain people, you know, because you can't treat Jamaican people, you know. People want genuine people to come talk to them. And say, you them who we need for target. A certain one, some way alone can talk to them, you there. Because you can switch with people, but never know say you're genuine. So you need the right face in the right place. So you get a person like him, go reason some youth and say, what time because we can transition him out of negative business into more legal, formal businesses. You might be surprised to see what happened. I can't know he's a hypocrite from a long time. And you come talk to me like say you want to make change. But no, you don't really want no change. You want to vote.
Exactly.
Because anybody go and get on my shoes yet.
Knife, let me throw something. Oh no, go ahead, JAMAICA'S.
Oh, good. I heard Dr. Knife spoke about the period in COVID and the digital transformation about the education system. You're perfectly right. And what I see with the government want to move before the people. So a small percentage of the country gone in terms of where digitalization is.
Yes.
When the majority of the people are disconnected from the global space.
Yeah.
And that cannot happen. That a country economics cannot change when that is happening.
No.
And we see even with the payout in COVID, with the money, lots of the people didn't get because a lot of the people them know if you tell them about Wi-Fi, them will ask you who for wife. And they don't know about that. Yeah. And there's a problem. So when you talk about the digital transformation and also what Mr. Isaac talking about, the tablet drive, because we cannot have our youths competing against youths elsewhere and they don't have the basic tool to do so.
Exactly.
So there's a major problem in our education system. And to hear the misinformation minister, the education, something that she's saying that 690 schools are going to get internet
Wi-Fi.
access.
Internet access, yeah.
After 9 years. There is the problem in
voting
our education system.
Let me throw something
Election
out.
talk.
One of the things that we haven't discussed, and we don't have much time left, Dr. Knife, but I'm sure you'll be back and you'll be back and you'll be back because we have a whoop of things we have to raise boat in the fire. Now, listen. Yeah, here's the thing though. One of the things that being a law enforcement, or having a law enforcement background, and listen to you talk about access to certain things for students and or the fact that they don't have access to certain things and certain people have access and them can afford extra lessons and they can do this, and so their children, you know, they're the ones who are progressing in school as opposed to the others. One of the things I'm looking at it right now, I'm looking at a report and it was put out by JAM, but it came from the Auditor General, and it says that the Ministry of Education, it says that for 9 years, no financial reports. And I know 9 years, and the total and the value they're looking at is 902 billion. And there's a segment I was gonna do to today, but that can wait because we much rather listen to you. But there's a segment I was gonna do to show that the money that they're not spending to provide resources, where is it going? And is the government accounting? Is there any accountability for it? And I can show you one. Because I'm doing case studies on all the expenditures, and there's one involving Dr. Grace McLean, where that money will never be recovered. It's 124 million. It's gone. So whether you want to call it, it's unaccounted for, or it's stolen, or it's fraud, mismanagement, waste, whatever you want to call it, children will not benefit from that money. It's gone. Can you what do you say about the idea of addressing the corruption piece before we can get to the other pieces?
And it's an interesting question. I'm going to tell you in Jamaica now. You see, the status quo is so nasty, and you probably don't know the amount of work that we have done before with the JSF in terms of when we are building out community safety and security. I've been doing stuff with them from Commit 1, Community Empowerment and Transformation 1 to Commit 2, where we're professionalizing the force, etc. There's a set of people in Jamaica who want to use violent crime to distract people from the real problem in Jamaica, which is corruption. There's a big difference. Corruption costs Jamaica billions of dollars.
Oh, yes.
We were asked at one point in time to the researcher bring together the anti-corruption branch and MOCA. So my team led that research. See, now when we were doing the research with the JCF, more than 80% of all officers supported the move to join ACB and MOCA. But the objective was to make MOCA independent of the minister. So I'm going out for some big guys now. I mean, I can call him and say, boy, nice, love him. And so in the recommendation, we said that similar to what was happening in INDECOM, MOCA should get them own independent legislation. I think it has been passed eventually, but it's years after it had passed. What's the point I'm making? The police themselves were frustrated with the level of corruption in the country and saying they need to go after those big guys in the country who are involved in corruption. And when I say big guys, I'm not talking about people who are facing a narcotics, no. I'm talking about people who you see on TV, on platform, probably get a national award. I don't know much corruption them involved in. I don't know information come out. And we can see how serious it is. You go and check out, Rattigan Secretary like the research man, go and check out what is called the LAPOP studies, Latin American Population Studies. Like come out every 2 years from USAID.
Wait him again. Wait him.
LAPOP studies, LAPOP, Latin American Population Studies. Every 2 years they come out to USAID. And you will see that consistently the Jamaican government, parliament, ranks in the top 3 most distrusted institutions in Jamaica with the highest level of perception surrounding corruption. So you say I'm going to prison because right now in the country, man in government name being called in corruption. And the entity that was established to deal with corruption, they might fight on the entity.
True.
Then I talk with me and Andrew and I go on campus together. And I look to grow a Spanish town. Because St. Catherine, you're supposed to get a name a call and all these kind of madness. And now when the people have call up a name now, I hear like so no one said there's something wrong with the institution we create. We arrest corruption. There's some joke in that virgin. As a man say, I don't know how we grow up. Remember, this is sometimes we need to strip yourself of all these titles, you know. Parents will grow them we are virgin. Your parents think you say what you know, it's when I belong to you. Leave it alone, man. Don't ready have people things, man. Don't go and touch people things, virgin. You don't do them things, man. See? And now we get yourself in these positions and then we start to question the institutions. You know? So the corruption is real. And when I was in my PhD, we call what is called iceberg corruption and car corruption. Car corruption is a situation whereby the people involved in corruption don't have enough resources. As them get some money, you can see it easily and you can go for them. The iceberg is where the people who in corruption have so much wealth. That's even my thief money. It's hard to realize that they are doing it. So normally, the people who you see get caught in corrupt activities, those who are the bottom of the value chain in corruption. The man who are the head of the value chain of corruption, you don't even know his name. You don't even know his name. But that's what MOCA is established to do. But they can
No, it freeze.
Well, the conversation are going nice, man.
Yeah.
The conversation on bubble, man, it's going nice.
All right, let's take this opportunity. I want to take this opportunity to remind everybody that is listening in right now that by the way of YouTube, that it doesn't take anything to click the little thumbs up button. So all 1,400 and plus devices.
Almost 1,500.
Go ahead and click the little thumbs up. It contributes to the digital side of this broadcast, and that now contributes to the work that is being done by the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. So you can't ignore that. It's if you're not able to contribute monetarily, you can contribute digitally, and this is a part of that digital contribution. So go ahead and do that for me, please, and thanks. And like OT say, you can go ahead and subscribe to Don't Afraid, because you get your notifications, you know, when things are happening. And in addition to that, just go ahead and do the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation channel too. Don't afraid.
All right.
Because
ISAT. Oh no,
we do
sorry.
real work here. ISAT. Yeah. I just saying it's just real work we do here. And Rebel put in a lot of hours. So show some gratitude. Thanks.
Yeah. Like up the thing, people. 1,480 devices. And much can do better than what we are doing right now. Please. ISAT. Come to the
Yeah, you
fore.
know, I'm just appreciative that the conversation actually flowed into speaking about economy and the importance of education, and hopefully in 2025 we certainly will move away from wasting the public resource, taxpayers' money, in pretending to fight crime and using it as an excuse to, you know, not account for money in large numbers under the guise of states of emergencies, so that friends and neighbors can provide the lunches and the barriers and use the trucks and all of these things to enrich the nepotism behavior. So for me, as we close out this year, I'm looking forward to a very exciting year in 2025. I will not give up on the tablet drive, because I've seen it, especially one would think that coming out of COVID, this is an initiative that would never have ended. But I'm now passionate about it because I see the need for it, especially being in Portland and trying to fill a deficit and a gap to ensure that education is a great liberator from poverty. And I just think that if we, as Kevin said earlier about the sheeple, if we start raising leaders and raising great thinkers, it will cause a reduction of poverty over time. And the quick fixes are something that we should move away from, because we keep on dressing up Jamaica, and it is the inside, the internal runnings that has to be cleansed and washed away. And it's ironic, I'm taking this opportunity to say, when you're forced into stepping up to the plate because you're tired of seeing what's happening, I could say a lot about the future of Jamaica. Yes.
There's somebody who wants to contribute 2 tablets to you. Anthony R. Look at 752.
Okay, I'm not seeing the comments because I'm using my phone device. But Anthony R,
Anthony, you can link me.
Yes.
And then we'll go from there.
Yeah, Mr. Rattigan, I want to thank you again for assisting.
Get cut off too. All right. Dervin and UNEX, you'll get cut off too. We have 7 minutes to go. Oh, ISAT's back. Hold on a second. Here it is.
Yeah, I just said I wanted to thank you again because I received the tablets, and during our treat day today, I was able to hand the tablets with the mouse and the keypad and the pen and all of these fancy devices to high school students who, if you saw, I should have given you a video so you could see the look on the faces when, especially the ones who said they had their SBAs and they had so much things to do in preparing for CSEC, that it came at the right time, and I'm very grateful for it. And we just need to keep doing it. I'm now at 150 tablets given away, and I'm going to increase it because I do have a competition that started, that I'm going to raise the tablets to make sure that they'll have it for next year, both for the schools and the individual. And it's happening. And I know I expect more from you already as well, Ratty. So I'm waiting. Don't make me have to fly over their feet. That's warming up yourself. Kevin, talk to Ratty. All right, thank you.
No problem. Yeah. We're Jamaica's there. We only have 6 minutes left. When I say Jamaica's, Dervin, give us some closing remarks. Oh, so Jamaica's there.
All right. Let Jamaica's go first then.
Jamaica's. come in. We have give me about a minute.
A minute. All right. Good evening once more, and thank you ever so much for the inclusion. As I said earlier, when you're around, let me count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bright people, you automatically become the 6th one. So I will continue to listen to all of you, because again, the wealth of knowledge, and it's coming from the top of the stream and it keep flowing. So I will never stop listening. And as I said, you have a new subscriber, my 8-year-old son. Yeah. So that's a message to everybody else in the comment section. If an 8-year-old find this interesting, you should, and make sure that you're part of the class every Saturday, and come on a Wednesday as well, because the energy is the same. And
well,
Mr. Rattigan, now make the, say that again.
Hold on a second. Say, Brad Knife, yeah.
Oh,
Let me
Uncle
just bring
Knife
it
is
on.
back.
Yeah. Fire. We don't have much time.
No,
but no, man. We don't have much time. We only have 5 minutes, and we have about two other people for say, you know.
Yes, I.
But here what? Give me some closing remarks, man, because you know this is just the beginning of the conversation. Because you know, see the chat room, you know. The people them want to kill me. The people must say, why fire going so soon? I'm not saying
yeah. Mr. Rattigan, I moved the motion that Dr. Knife need to come back next week. ASAP.
Of course, fire go there, man. They're there next week, man.
Yeah, what's the timing, good man? But let me tell you, see, but that's why I say this though. You know, but Jamaicans have a spirit. We can't break down our own spirit. Regardless, I would not get distracted by some guys who offer themselves to serve and don't serve. See? And the diaspora, I say this to the item, and it's something I genuinely accept to be true. The diaspora, like the MSME, is really the backbone of the Jamaican space, you know, and them of us don't get weary. As a child that bingy, don't get weary, you know, because again, if the diaspora give up, I'm not give up.
Never.
The country will crash. I tell you that.
No,
if the
there's no
diaspora
giving
give
up around here. No giving up around
show here. You know, and so we just want the people to know that, man. We really appreciate all the work, all the effort. I know said in this time here now in a certain place full of bad people and the man line up send money. Seeing? No matter where you a guy wants to say in politics, the Jamaican people know who really love them. Seeing? And there's no doubt that the diaspora really love Jamaica. I know Jamaicans say, if you love we love you forward and things, you know. So you have to just continue with the work and make us support as much as we can support. You know, one hand can't clap and many and make the work light. So we have to give as much strength as we can give to anyone who wants to help the country, you know.
All right. Look, Isis, and we are going to link up next week because the people my ball feet. So you have to make the time, you know, brother. You have to make the time.
You're working. I mean, as I say, man, I have to do it. I mean, if I travel and show me know, I never plan for no traveling, so I should be here and things still. See?
All right. So people don't hear that, you know. Fire go there next week. All right. So
give that. Yeah. I can do Rattigan. I can some books on me. I can share with you. I can send them out to your people on the platform to still see.
Much appreciated, brethren.
Yeah, man. No worries, man. Give thanks.
All right.
Yes, I give thanks. Yes, I.
Cool. Before you go, Mr. Knife.
Yes.
I want to say, I will feel better after shaking the gentleman's hand one day.
Yeah, man. Well, man, and time to time I've actually come in. When I travel outside Jamaica, I said, boy, I prefer the place warm, you know. So depending on where we are, I'm coming to get Rattigan, then we can make a way for connect and thing, man. No doubt.
I'm here, man.
He's here.
He's in Jamaica. He's in Jamaica.
All right, well, good, so we can connect easy. See? All right, everywhere. Cool,
just let Mr. Rattigan know and we'll make it happen.
Definitely, man. No worries. See?
Blessings, man. Blessings.
All right, give thanks again. Take care. Cool.
All right. Yeah, Dervin, we only have two minutes before we have a bolt.
Wait, I'm going to bolt before y'all get done. But let me say this to Jamaics real quick. Okay. The fact that your 8-year-old can go ahead and subscribe to a program like this speaks a lot about the 8-year-old's parents.
True. That's true. That's
my blessing, man. Man. I'm just gonna say this in closing. And go attend to him. I want to say again, thank you for extending the courtesy involving me in this great program. I've been learning and will continue to learn. And I will close by saying this. Everybody in the comment section who's listening, if you want something bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and your sleep for it, and if all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and lose all the terror of your opposition for it, if you simply go after the thing that you want, with all of your capacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, if neither cold poverty nor God sickness nor pain of the body or brain can keep you away from the thing that you want, if dogged and grim, beseech and beset it with the help of God, you'll get it. Thank you ever so much for your time. Have a blessed time, man. Until next time.
I think Kevin that start up another thing, you know. So quickly, Dervin, just give a 10-second shout out there because Kevin start up.
All right, thank you. I just like to leave a quote. Education is learning what you didn't even know you didn't know. Always remember, we're on a journey called life, and there's room for further learning and further growth. The only time you don't learn is when you're 6 feet under. So I like to implore to the audience that always educate yourself. Education is your only weapon against ignorance. And please implore your relatives. They can be educated. We are in the digital age now. So those who can read can watch educational shows, discussions like these. Knowledge is there. Get yourselves educated and fight against the ignorance and persons who are trying to manipulate you. And yes, it is in our politics. Let me talk.
Right, so you're supposed to say get educated so you can be a PNP. And then your arm won't green. Good night, all.
Look, let me just say, people, since we have finished up with quotes, let me just say one of my favorite quotes is from Malcolm X. And I say it at the beginning of every program, and I'll say it now as we conclude. Education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And that's what we're doing around here. We're preparing people. Hey, Simpson there, big up yourself.
Big run way.
We're just preparing people for tomorrow by educating them today. So listen, that's all we have for now because Kevin started up him thing, and we have to go over there go support Kevin, DJ Kevin Stew, and then Kevin finish at 10, and I'm coming on, and I'll be on from 10 tonight until 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm gonna play some wicked selection. So now for tuning, and don't forget that tomorrow from 12 to 4, I'm back on again. This time I'm back with Kevin and the headmaster, Ed Robinson. And we're going to play music and we're going to talk, and we want the public, we want, all our family members, them, the people, listeners to tune in at the chat and just help us to play the music. So, having said that, people, it's been a blessing. We have Dr. Knight, we have JAMAICA'S, we have Dervin, we have Isat, and of course, Kevin, where you're there. And did you miss anybody? Did I miss anybody? No, I don't think I missed anybody. Wait a minute. I think I missed some. Oh, and Andy.
Sir Andy.
Yeah, Andy from South. How could I forget Andy? Yeah, Andy probably watch it now and beat me up on the mirror. Say that. So Isat, we will talk. Dervin, we will talk. JAMAICA'S, we will talk. So everybody take care. Be well.
All right. Blessings, man. Anna.
All right.